Hello everyone, I am the Horror Storyteller. I know you all use these videos to fall asleep, so before drifting off, please leave a like and subscribe. And also, comment from where you're watching, and what time it is when you're watching. Now let's get comfortable and relaxed, and I'll begin with story 1. Babysitting had always been a part of my life. I started when I was 14, taking care of the kids in my neighborhood to earn a little extra pocket money. By the time I was 19 and in college, I had become the go-to babysitter for several families. One of those families was the Millers, who lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood called Willow Grove. It was the kind of place where kids played in the street until sunset, and neighbors greeted each other with friendly waves. It felt safe, almost idyllic. The Millers had 2 children, Sophie, a bright and creative 7-year-old who adored drawing unicorns, and Liam, an energetic 4-year-old with an impressive collection of dinosaur toys. I had babysat for them so often that their home felt like a second home to me. So when they asked me to watch the kids on a Friday night while they went out for dinner and a movie, I didn't think twice about saying yes. That Friday evening began like any other babysitting job. Mr. and Mrs. Miller went over the usual instructions. Dinner was ready in the fridge, the kids needed to be in bed by 8:30, and there was an emergency contact list on the fridge, just in case. Once the Millers left, the evening unfolded smoothly. I made macaroni and cheese for dinner, helped Sophie with her spelling homework, and read Liam his favorite dinosaur story for the umpteenth time. By 8:30, both kids were tucked in and sound asleep. With the house quiet, I finally had some time to relax. I grabbed a blanket from the couch, poured myself a glass of soda, and settled in to watch TV. I remember scrolling through the channels until I found reruns of Friends. It felt like a perfect, peaceful night. That peace shattered around 9 p.m. when a sudden knock at the front door startled me. I wasn't expecting anyone, and the Millers hadn't mentioned a visitor. Feeling a little uneasy, I muted the TV and walked to the door. I stood on my tiptoes to look through the peephole. A man was standing on the porch, holding a pizza box. He was wearing a wrinkled delivery uniform, but something about him seemed off. His cap was crooked, and his hair was messy, sticking out from under the brim. His smile didn't look genuine. It was forced, almost like he was trying too hard to seem friendly. He said he had a pizza delivery, but I hadn't ordered anything. I hadn't even touched my phone since I got there. I told him he must have the wrong address, but he insisted that the pizza was already paid for and handed me the name Emily. That was my name, which made my stomach tighten. How did he know who I was? I tried to stay calm and told him again that I hadn't ordered anything. I expected him to leave, but instead he knocked harder and repeated himself, insisting I take the pizza. The more he pushed, the more my gut told me something wasn't right. My hand started to shake as I checked the lock on the door, making sure the deadbolt and chain were secure. When the knocking turned into loud, aggressive pounding, I froze. Then came the sound of the doorknob jiggling. My heart started racing. This wasn't just a misunderstanding. He was trying to get in. I backed away from the door and grabbed my phone. My fingers fumbled as I dialed 911. I explained to the dispatcher what was happening as quietly as I could, afraid that the man might hear me. They assured me that help was on the way and told me to stay inside, keep the doors locked, and find a safe place. The pounding suddenly stopped, which almost made it worse. The silence felt heavy, and my ears strained to catch any sound. I decided to check the living room window. I carefully pulled back the curtain, just enough to peek outside. The man was no longer on the porch, but then I spotted movement out of the corner of my eye. He was walking around the side of the house. My stomach churned as I watched him try to open one of the windows. I felt paralyzed for a moment, unsure of what to do, but then the thought of Sophie and Liam sleeping upstairs snapped me out of it. I ran up to their room, locked the door, and sat on the floor with my back against it. The kids were still asleep, completely unaware of what was happening. I stayed as quiet as possible, listening for any sounds of movement downstairs. Every creak of the house made my heart pound louder. The minutes dragged on like hours, and I kept checking the time on my phone, hoping the police would arrive soon. Finally, I heard the faint wail of sirens in the distance. Relief washed over me as the flashing red and blue lights illuminated the street outside. I stayed upstairs until I heard a knock at the bedroom door and a voice calling my name. It was a police officer, letting me know it was safe to come out. When I went downstairs, the officers reassured me that the man was gone, but they wanted to search the area to make sure. They asked me to describe him and what had happened while another officer checked on the kids. Not long after, they found an unmarked white van parked a couple of blocks away near a wooded area. What they found inside sent chills down my spine: zip ties, duct tape, a knife, and a notebook. My heart sank when the officer told me what was in it. Pages of notes about me, my schedule, the Miller's address, and even details about other families I babysat for. It turned out the man had been stalking me for weeks. They believed he first noticed me at the park where I often took the Miller kids to play. He had probably followed me home or watched me long enough to figure out my routine. The Millers came home to find the house surrounded by police cars. They were horrified and couldn't stop thanking me for keeping the kids safe. They insisted I take some time off from babysitting, and honestly, I agreed. The scariest part? The man was never caught. The police believed he fled the area after realizing they were closing in on him, but not knowing for sure left me shaken. For weeks after, I struggled to feel safe. I took self-defense classes, started carrying pepper spray, and made sure I was always aware of my surroundings. My parents installed a security system at home, and I stopped babysitting for a while to focus on my own mental health. Even now, I can't help but feel uneasy when I think about that night, but I've learned to trust my instincts and act quickly when something doesn't feel right. What happened to me could have ended much worse, but I'm grateful I stayed calm and did what I could to protect myself and the kids. It's an experience I'll never forget, and it's changed the way I approach everything, from babysitting to simply walking home at night. When I first moved into my own apartment, I thought I had finally achieved a sense of independence. Growing up as an only child, I'd always enjoyed my own company, and having a space to call my own felt like the natural next step when I started college. My apartment wasn't anything special, just a one-bedroom unit in an old building a short walk from campus. The floors were a little creaky, the paint on the walls had seen better days, and the heating system sounded like it was coughing every time it kicked on, but I didn't mind. I loved it. It was my sanctuary. Most days were a blur of lectures, part-time work at the campus library, and hours of studying. By the time I got home each night, I was usually too exhausted to notice much of anything except the soft embrace of my bed. The apartment, despite its flaws, always felt like a safe haven, until that night. That night changed everything. It had been a long Thursday. I'd spent the day attending back-to-back classes and finishing a late shift at the library. The sun had set hours ago, and by the time I trudged up the stairs to my third-floor apartment, it was nearing midnight. The building was unusually quiet, but I chalked it up to most of the other tenants being either elderly or working professionals who were already in bed. As I reached my door, I fumbled with my keys, my mind wandering to the snack I planned to grab before crashing in bed. The moment I stepped inside, I noticed something felt different. The air was heavy, almost stifling. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was this subtle, gnawing sensation in my chest, like something wasn't quite right. I brushed it off, convincing myself I was just tired and imagining things. After all, I'd had a long day, and my mind had a habit of playing tricks on me when I was overtired. I locked the door behind me, a habit I never skipped, and went about my usual evening routine. My bag landed on the couch, my shoes were kicked off near the door, and I wandered into the kitchen to grab a quick snack. As I stood there eating, I couldn't shake the eerie feeling creeping up my spine. I found myself glancing over my shoulder more than once, half expecting to see. Well, I didn't know what. It was irrational, I told myself. Just paranoia. After finishing my snack, I decided to head straight to bed. I double-checked the front door, making sure it was locked, and then went into my bedroom. The feeling of unease still lingered, so for some reason, I made sure to lock my bedroom door too. I hadn't done that in weeks, but something compelled me to that night. I climbed into bed, pulling the blankets up to my chin, and stared at the ceiling for a while, listening to the familiar creaks and groans of the old building. Eventually, I convinced myself I was being silly and drifted off to sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly. At first, I wasn't sure what had pulled me out of sleep, but then I heard it, a sharp, deliberate creak from the floorboards just outside my bedroom. My breath caught in my throat. I lay there, completely still, straining my ears to listen. The sound came again, slow and measured, like someone trying to move quietly but not quite succeeding. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt frozen in place. I told myself it could be anything. Maybe the building was settling. Maybe it was one of my neighbors. But deep down, I knew better. It was too close, and it didn't sound like the random noises I'd grown accustomed to. Then, I heard the faintest sound, the soft scuff of a shoe against the floor. Someone was there. I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead. My thoughts raced. Had I locked the front door? I was almost certain I had, but doubt gnawed at me. Whoever it was, they had to have come in somehow. I didn't own anything of significant value, so what could they want? The sound of the floorboards grew louder, and then I saw it, the shadow of feet under the gap of my bedroom door. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. As I stared at the door, the handle began to jiggle. It wasn't frantic, but slow and purposeful, as though whoever was on the other side was testing it. I didn't know what to do. I had no weapon, no plan. My phone was on the nightstand, but I was too afraid to move and risk making any noise. My mind raced through every worst-case scenario, and I felt completely helpless. Then, almost instinctively, I remembered a trick I'd heard once. Pretend you're not alone. I summoned every ounce of courage I had and, in a loud, steady voice, called out, "Hey, did you hear that? Go check it out." The jiggling stopped immediately. There was a pause, and for a moment, the silence was so oppressive I thought I might scream. Then, I heard footsteps retreating down the hallway. They weren't rushed. Whoever it was walked away slowly, almost casually, as if they weren't in any particular hurry. I stayed frozen in bed, too terrified to move. I listened intently, trying to make out any more sounds, but everything was quiet. Hours passed, though it felt like an eternity. I waited until the first light of dawn began to creep through the blinds before I finally found the courage to get up. When I unlocked my bedroom door and stepped out, the apartment looked exactly the same as I'd left it. Nothing seemed out of place. Then I noticed the front door. It was slightly ajar. I was certain I'd locked it. My stomach churned as I stepped closer, my eyes scanning the room for any other signs of intrusion. That's when I saw it. One of my kitchen knives was lying on the counter. I hadn't used it the night before. I always kept my knives in a drawer, and I knew it hadn't been there when I got home. My knees felt weak as the realization hit me. Whoever had been in my apartment had taken that knife out, and they had been standing just outside my bedroom door. I called the police immediately. They arrived within minutes and searched the apartment, but whoever had been there was long gone. There was no sign of forced entry, which meant they had either picked the lock or somehow had a key. The officers took my statement and promised to increase patrols in the area. A few days later, I received a call from the police. They had arrested a man trying to break into another apartment a few blocks away. He matched the description of someone my neighbors had seen lingering around the building in the days leading up to the incident. He had a record: burglary, home invasions, even assault. He also had a list of addresses with mine included. I moved out of that apartment shortly after. Breaking the lease wasn't easy, but I couldn't stay there. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow, every noise in the night sent my anxiety through the roof. I moved in with a friend for a while until I found a new place. That night still haunts me. I've become hyper-vigilant about locking doors and checking windows. I keep a bat by my bed, and I never ignore my gut feelings anymore. People often dismiss those moments of unease, but I've learned to trust them. They're there for a reason. The experience taught me that safety is something we take for granted, until it's taken from us. And once that happens, it's hard to ever feel truly safe again. It was a chilly autumn night, one of those evenings where the cold seems to seep through your jacket, no matter how tightly you bundle up. I had spent the evening downtown catching up with friends at a little bar we all loved. It had been months since we'd last seen each other, so we took our time reminiscing, sharing stories, and laughing over drinks. By the time I checked my phone, the night had slipped into the early hours of the morning. I decided it was time to head home. My friends offered to share a ride, but since I lived in the opposite direction, I reassured them that I'd be fine on my own. I had taken plenty of rideshares before, and I always shared my location with someone I trusted. That night, it was Emily. I ordered an Uber and watched the app as the car made its way toward me. Within minutes, a black sedan pulled up. The driver's name was Daniel, and his profile picture on the app matched the face that greeted me as I opened the car door. He seemed polite enough, giving me a small nod as I settled into the back seat. I gave him a quick hi before double-checking that the license plate matched what was listed in the app. Satisfied, I pulled out my phone and texted Emily to let her know I was on my way. The ride started out uneventfully. Daniel asked the usual questions drivers ask, how my night had been, if the bar was any good. His tone was casual, almost rehearsed, and I responded politely but kept my answers short. I wasn't in the mood for small talk. All I wanted was to get home, crawl into bed, and let the buzz of the evening wear off. I noticed the first oddity about 10 minutes into the ride. Daniel wasn't following the route displayed on the GPS. At first, I thought it might be a glitch. Maybe the app had frozen, or the route needed recalculating. But then I noticed he wasn't even glancing at the GPS screen. Instead, he seemed to be navigating purely from memory, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. I didn't say anything right away. I told myself it was nothing, that he was probably just taking a shortcut. Drivers often claim to know better routes than the app suggested, especially if they were familiar with the area. But as we continued driving, I began to notice that the surroundings didn't look familiar. The bright lights of the main roads had faded, replaced by quieter streets and dimly lit intersections. I leaned forward slightly, trying to get a better look at the GPS on his dashboard. It was clear. We weren't heading toward my house. I finally spoke up, trying to keep my voice calm and polite. I pointed out that the GPS was showing a different route and suggested he follow it instead. Daniel laughed, brushing off my concern with a dismissive wave of his hand. He assured me that he knew the area well and that his way was faster. Something about the way he spoke made me uneasy, but I didn't push the issue right away. I tried to convince myself that he was just a driver trying to do his job, that he didn't mean any harm. But as the minutes ticked by, the streets grew darker and more desolate. The houses became sparse, replaced by empty lots and stretches of trees that loomed over the road. My unease turned to fear when I realized we hadn't passed another car in several minutes. I glanced at the locks on the doors and noticed they were engaged. My chest tightened. Something was definitely wrong. I told Daniel, more firmly this time, that I wasn't comfortable with the route and wanted him to take me back to the main road. He didn't respond immediately, and when he finally did, his tone was clipped and impatient. He told me to relax, that we'd be at my destination soon. I could feel my pulse quicken as I stared out the window, the dark road stretching endlessly in front of us. Gripping my phone tightly, I opened the texting app and sent a quick message to Emily. I told her the driver wasn't following the route and shared my live location. My hands were shaking as I typed. I didn't want Daniel to know I was texting, so I kept my phone angled away from his line of sight. As I waited for Emily to respond, I racked my brain for a plan. I didn't know where we were, and the thought of being so isolated made my stomach churn. Emily's reply came almost immediately. She told me to call her and stay on the line. Her text was like a lifeline, something to anchor me in the growing panic. I dialed her number and put the phone to my ear, pretending to have a conversation. I spoke loudly, making sure Daniel could hear every word. I mentioned that I was on my way to meet her at the police station, and that I'd be there in 10 minutes. My voice was steady, but inside I was terrified. I didn't know if my bluff would work, but I had to try something. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Daniel's shoulders tense. He glanced at me in the rearview mirror, his expression unreadable. After a long, silent moment, he abruptly slowed the car and made a sharp U-turn. I felt a flicker of relief, but kept my phone pressed to my ear, continuing my fake conversation with Emily. I didn't let my guard down, not until we were back on a well-lit road with other cars in sight. He pulled into a gas station and stopped the car. He muttered something about a misunderstanding, but I didn't wait to hear the rest. I unlocked the door and stepped out, my legs trembling as I walked toward the brightly lit entrance of the station. I stayed there, pretending to browse the aisles while I waited for Emily to arrive. When she finally pulled up, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I climbed into her car and broke down, explaining everything in a rush of words. She listened quietly, her face a mix of anger and concern. The next day, I filed a report with Uber, detailing everything that had happened. I included the driver's name, car details, and a screenshot of the ride history. They responded with a generic message, assuring me that they took safety seriously and would investigate the matter. But weeks went by, and I never heard anything more. When I followed up, they apologized for the delay and issued a refund for the ride, but that was it. Looking back, I still don't know what Daniel's intentions were. Maybe he really did think he was taking a shortcut, or maybe he had darker motives. I'll never know for sure. What I do know is that my instincts were right, and acting on them might have saved me from something far worse. Since that night, I've been much more cautious about using ride shares. I double-check the route before getting in, share my location with someone I trust, and always have my phone at the ready. The experience left a mark on me, one that lingers every time I step into a stranger's car. It's a reminder that even in the most familiar routines, things can go wrong, and that trusting your instincts can make all the difference. I never thought the house would turn into something I'd have nightmares about for years. It started as a fresh start, a chance to leave behind the mess of my old life and build something new. My name is Cassie, and at the time, I was a writer trying to escape the chaos of a painful breakup and the suffocating energy of the city. The house I rented was a quaint little place in a quiet town outside of Nashville. It wasn't perfect. The floors creaked, the windows rattled in the wind, and the plumbing groaned whenever I turned on the hot water. But it had character. I'd always dreamed of living in a place like this, where I could curl up with a cup of coffee on the porch, or spend hours typing away in front of a picturesque window. The first few weeks passed in a blur of quiet days and peaceful nights. I got used to the odd noises that came with an older house, the groaning floorboards, the whispering drafts, and the occasional tap from the walls or ceiling. I even joked to my friends that the house might be haunted, but in a charming movie-like way. One night, as I was reading in bed, I heard something new. It wasn't the usual creaks or groans. This was more deliberate, a soft but steady thudding noise coming from above. I froze for a moment, straining to hear. It stopped as suddenly as it started. I told myself it was just an animal. Maybe a squirrel or a raccoon had found its way into the attic. Over the next few days, the noises became more frequent. I'd hear light tapping or shuffling sounds at random times, sometimes during the day, but mostly at night. Still, I didn't think much of it. I was too focused on my work and my newfound solitude to give it much thought. But then, one night, I noticed something that made my stomach churn. As I lay in bed listening to the faint sounds above, a small trickle of plaster dust fell from the ceiling onto my nightstand. It was such a subtle thing, but it terrified me. I stared at the ceiling, holding my breath, waiting for something else to happen. When nothing did, I told myself it was nothing. Just the old house settling. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I decided to call the landlord, Mr. Daniels, and ask him to check the attic. He was an older man with a gruff voice and a no-nonsense attitude. When I described the noises, he dismissed them as squirrels or birds. "It's an old house," he said. "These things happen." Still, he agreed to come by the next day. When he arrived, he brought a flashlight and a baseball bat. I remember feeling a little embarrassed, thinking I might be overreacting. As he climbed the ladder to the attic, I stayed below, nervously fidgeting with the hem of my sweater. It felt like forever before he said anything. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and tense. "You're not going to like this." I climbed the ladder despite his warning, curiosity and fear battling inside me. What I saw made my heart drop. There, in the corner of the attic, was a makeshift sleeping area. A crumpled sleeping bag lay atop the insulation, surrounded by piles of food wrappers and empty water bottles. A small pile of clothes was tucked into a corner, and next to it was a black notebook. Mr. Daniels picked up the notebook and flipped it open. As he scanned the pages, his face went pale. He handed it to me without saying a word. The notebook was filled with notes. About me. My routine, my habits, my life. 6:45 a.m. She wakes up. 7 a.m. She makes coffee and stares out the kitchen window. 1:30 p.m. She walks in the backyard. 10 p.m. She turns off the lights and goes to bed. Every detail of my life in that house was documented. Someone had been watching me, studying me. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of it. How long had this been going on? How had I not noticed? The police arrived later that day. They searched the attic and found fingerprints, as well as a small trapdoor leading to the outside. That's how the person had been coming and going without me noticing. The officers assured me they'd do everything they could to find whoever had been living there. I couldn't bring myself to sleep in the house after that. I packed a bag and stayed with a friend while I figured out what to do next. The police kept me updated, but days turned into weeks with no news. I felt like I was living in a state of constant anxiety, jumping at every noise and second-guessing every shadow. Finally, weeks later, the police called with an update. They'd arrested a man in a nearby town who had been breaking into homes. He confessed to staying in my attic, saying he hadn't meant any harm. He claimed he was homeless and just needed a place to stay. I wanted to believe that was all there was to it, but the notebook told a different story. This wasn't just someone seeking shelter. This was someone watching me, obsessing over me. The thought of it still sends chills down my spine. I moved out of that house shortly after. I couldn't stay there, knowing what had happened. My new apartment is smaller, and I made sure it didn't have an attic. Even now, I can't fully relax. Every creak, every unfamiliar noise makes my heart race. Looking back, I realize how easy it is to dismiss the little things, the noises, the strange feelings, the sense of being watched. I told myself over and over that it was nothing, that I was overreacting. But sometimes those instincts are right. I still think about the man in the attic sometimes. I wonder what he was planning, what might have happened if I hadn't called the landlord when I did. I'll never know the answers, and maybe that's for the best. But I've learned to trust my gut, to pay attention to the little signs. Because sometimes the scariest things aren't the ones that go bump in the night. They're the ones you don't see coming. My friends and I had been planning the weekend getaway for months. Life in the city was relentless, deadlines, traffic, and the never-ending noise. The idea of escaping to a secluded cabin in the woods sounded like the perfect antidote to all of it. It would be just the four of us, me, Alex, Priya, and Rachel. We'd been friends since college, though these days, our meetups had grown fewer and farther between. This trip was a chance to reconnect, to unwind, and to make some memories away from the chaos of everyday life. The cabin caught my eye as soon as I stumbled upon it on Airbnb. It seemed to tick every box: a rustic design, a stone fireplace, a wraparound deck overlooking endless trees, and the kind of charm that screams serenity. The reviews were glowing, with past visitors raving about its peaceful isolation and cozy atmosphere. We booked it without a second thought, our imaginations already spinning with visions of campfires, late-night board games, and lazy mornings sipping coffee while watching the sunrise. We set off on a Friday afternoon, spirits high and the car packed to the brim with snacks, blankets, and more wine than was probably necessary for a 2-day trip. The drive started off easy, with the highway slowly giving way to smaller, winding roads lined with dense trees. As the miles ticked by, the landscape transformed. Civilization faded into the background, replaced by stretches of untouched forest and the occasional dilapidated barn. By the time we turned onto the gravel driveway leading to the cabin, the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting everything in a warm, golden light. The cabin was everything we'd hoped for. It stood at the edge of a small clearing, its wooden exterior blending seamlessly with the surrounding forest. Inside, it was just as cozy as the pictures had suggested. wooden beams, a roaring fireplace, and furniture that looked like it had been lovingly handcrafted decades ago. The air smelled faintly of pine and smoke, and for the first time in weeks, I felt my shoulders relax. We unpacked quickly, eager to settle in. The first evening passed like something out of a movie. We cooked a big dinner, laughed over old stories, and eventually moved to the living room, where we sipped wine and played a fiercely competitive game of Pictionary. It wasn't until later that night, as the game was winding down, that Alex noticed something strange. He had been sprawled out on the couch, staring up at the ceiling, when he suddenly sat up. I remember the way his brow furrowed as he pointed toward the ceiling light. At first, none of us understood what he was getting at. It was just a light, round and frosted like countless others. But then he said something that made my stomach twist. "There's something in there." We all crowded around, craning our necks to see what he was talking about. At first, I couldn't tell what he meant, but then I saw it, a small, dark circle embedded in the glass. It was unmistakable, a camera lens. For a moment, no one said anything. We just stared at it, the realization sinking in. Eventually, Rachel broke the silence. Why would there be a camera in here?" Her voice was shaky, mirroring the unease I felt creeping over me. Alex grabbed a chair and climbed up to get a closer look. Carefully, he unscrewed the cover and confirmed what we already suspected. It was a camera, small but undeniably there. He unplugged it, and we all stared at the tiny device, our perfect weekend suddenly tinged with something darker. I tried to keep my voice steady as I pulled out my phone and opened the Airbnb app. I messaged the host, explaining what we'd found and asking for an explanation. The reply came quicker than I expected, though it did little to ease our nerves. The host claimed the camera was for security purposes, installed to monitor the living room in case of damage. They insisted it wasn't actively recording and said we had nothing to worry about. But we did worry. The presence of the camera, combined with the casual tone of the host's response, felt wrong. I reread the listing and saw no mention of cameras, no disclosure that we'd be under surveillance. We debated whether to stay or leave, but it was late, and the idea of navigating those winding roads in the dark didn't appeal to any of us. Instead, we decided to leave first thing in the morning. That night was anything but restful. Every creak of the old cabin set my nerves on edge, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The unplugged camera sat on the coffee table, like a grim reminder that our privacy had been violated. I tried to tell myself that the host's explanation made sense, that there was no sinister intent behind the camera, but the unease lingered. When the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, we wasted no time. Bags were packed in record speed, and we worked in tense silence as we loaded the car. I remember stepping out onto the deck to grab the last of our things when I saw him. He was standing at the edge of the woods, about 50 feet away. At first, I thought my tired eyes were playing tricks on me. But no, there he was, a man dressed in dark clothes, his face partially obscured by the shadow of a hood. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He just stood there, watching us. My chest tightened as I called out to the others. They rushed outside, and when they saw him, their reactions mirrored mine. Rachel clutched my arm, her voice barely a whisper as she asked, "Who is that?" None of us had an answer. The man stayed perfectly still, like a statue, his presence unnerving in its silence. Alex broke the spell, snapping us out of our paralysis. "Let's go," he said firmly, slamming the trunk shut. We piled into the car, locking the doors as Alex turned the key and pulled out onto the gravel road. I didn't look back. I couldn't. My heart was pounding, and I didn't want to know if the man was still standing there or if he'd decided to follow us. Once we were safely back in cell service range, I reported everything to Airbnb. The hidden camera, the host's response, and the man in the woods. I wrote a detailed account, attaching photos of the camera as proof. Airbnb assured me they would investigate and promised to follow up. A few days later, I received a message from the host. They denied any knowledge of the man in the woods and reiterated that the camera was only there for security purposes. Their response felt rehearsed, almost indifferent. But not long after, the listing disappeared from Airbnb entirely. The company never disclosed the outcome of their investigation, citing privacy policies, but I took some comfort in knowing the cabin was no longer listed. Even now, months later, the memory of that weekend lingers. I've replayed the events in my mind countless times, trying to make sense of it all. Was the man connected to the host, or was he just some stranger wandering the woods? Why hadn't the host disclosed the camera in the first place? And most importantly, had we narrowly avoided something worse? I've since become more cautious about booking remote properties online. What started as a weekend escape turned into a chilling reminder that not everything is as it seems. That cabin, with its idyllic photos and glowing reviews, had hidden secrets. And though I'll never know the full truth of what happened, one thing is certain. It's an experience I'll never forget. It was a few years ago when I had the strangest, most unsettling experience of my life. At the time, I worked as a marketing consultant, which meant constant travel. Most of the hotels I stayed in weren't exactly luxurious. I preferred budget-friendly accommodations to keep costs down. This particular trip took me to a small, forgettable town called Milford. It wasn't much more than a collection of streets and a few diners, but I had a meeting with a potential client there. So I booked a room at one of the few hotels in town. The hotel wasn't anything special, which I expected. The neon sign above the entrance blinked sporadically, and the parking lot had a faintly cracked asphalt surface that hadn't seen maintenance in years. Inside, the receptionist barely looked up when I approached the desk. She handed me an old-fashioned key on a clunky keychain and muttered, "Room 303. The hallway leading to my room smelled faintly of cleaning supplies mixed with something musty. I brushed it off as part of the charm of small-town hotels. When I opened the door to my room, it was more or less what I expected. The carpet was worn, and the wallpaper was peeling in a few places. There was a faint stain on the ceiling, and the bedspread looked like it had seen better decades. A mismatched wooden chair sat at the desk near the window. It caught my attention immediately because it seemed out of place, far older than the other furniture in the room, almost like it belonged to another era. The chair had scratches and nicks on its surface, and its dark would seem to absorb the dim light from the single lamp in the room. Still, I didn't think much of it at the time. After all, it was just a chair. I set my things down, plugged in my phone to charge, and sent a quick text to my sister letting her know I'd arrived safely. She always worried when I traveled alone. It was late, and I was exhausted from the long drive, so I didn't bother unpacking much. I pushed the chair closer to the desk to make room to move around, changed into my pajamas, and crawled into bed. I must have fallen asleep pretty quickly, because the next thing I remember was waking up in the middle of the night. At first, I thought it was just one of those times when your body jolts awake for no reason, but something felt off. My heart was racing, and the room felt heavy, like the air was thicker than it should have been. I had this strange, unshakable feeling that I wasn't alone. It was as if someone was standing in the corner of the room, watching me. I told myself I was being ridiculous. The room was dark, the curtains were drawn, and there wasn't a sound except for the faint hum of the air conditioner. Still, the feeling persisted. I turned my head toward the window, thinking maybe someone outside had triggered my paranoia, but the curtains were tightly shut. Outside, it was pitch black. Eventually, I convinced myself it was nothing and tried to go back to sleep. The second time I woke up, it wasn't a feeling that jolted me awake. It was a sound, a faint creak, like wood shifting under weight. I froze for a moment, trying to figure out where it had come from. My heart started pounding as I reached over to turn on the lamp beside the bed. When the light flickered on, I felt my stomach drop. The chair, the one I had pushed under the desk earlier, was no longer at the desk. It was now sitting right next to the bed, positioned as though someone had been sitting in it, watching me sleep. I stared at the chair for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing to come up with an explanation. Had I moved it? No, I distinctly remembered pushing it under the desk. Maybe someone had come into the room while I was asleep, but that didn't make sense either. The door was locked, and the chain was latched from the inside. After a few minutes of sitting there in stunned silence, I decided to get up and investigate. I checked the door, and as I thought, it was still locked with the chain in place. The window was shut and locked as well. There was no sign that anyone else had been in the room. I pushed the chair back to the desk, feeling a mix of unease and frustration with myself for getting so worked up. It was just a chair. Maybe I'd been sleepwalking, or maybe I hadn't pushed it under the desk as firmly as I thought. I climbed back into bed, but sleep didn't come easily. The next morning, I packed up quickly, eager to leave the hotel behind. The strange experience from the night before lingered in my mind, but I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me. Before checking out, I decided to mention it to the receptionist. When I described what had happened, she didn't laugh or brush it off like I expected. Instead, her expression changed completely. Her smile faded, and she looked at me with wide, almost fearful eyes. "Room 303, she asked quietly, and when I nodded, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "That room has a history." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What kind of history?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light, even though I could feel my palms starting to sweat. "There was an incident in that room years ago," she said. "A man was murdered there. They never caught the person who did it. Ever since then, people who stay in that room, they say weird things happen. Objects move, they hear noises, some even say they feel like they're being watched." I try to laugh it off. "That's a good story. I bet you tell all the guests that." She didn't smile. "I'm not joking," she said quietly. I didn't know what to say after that. I left the hotel as quickly as I could and got on the road, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling that had settled in my chest. I told myself it was just a creepy story, the kind of thing people make up to spook each other. It wasn't until later, when I was driving to my next destination, that I noticed something that made my blood run cold. I was scrolling through the photos on my phone, double-checking some images I'd taken for work. That's when I saw it. There, in the middle of my gallery, was a photo I didn't remember taking. It was a picture of me, lying in bed in the hotel room. I was sound asleep in the photo, and the angle was unmistakable. It had been taken from the chair beside the bed. I nearly dropped my phone. My hands were shaking as I stared at the screen. I didn't take it. No one else should have been in the room. I deleted it immediately, trying to convince myself it was some kind of glitch, even though I knew that didn't make sense. I haven't stayed in a budget hotel since. Whenever I think back to that night, I still feel a chill. I don't know what happened in that room, and I'm not sure I wanna. All I know is that sometimes, even when you think you're alone, you're not. It happened a couple of years ago, but I still can't shake the memories of that weekend. My name is Emma, and at the time I was working as a graphic designer, juggling deadlines and burnout. My friends, Alex, Jordan, Claire, and Sam, were all feeling the weight of their own responsibilities too. We needed a break, and when Alex suggested renting an Airbnb cabin in the woods for a weekend, it seemed like the perfect idea. The drive out to the cabin was beautiful, the kind of trip that makes you feel like you're leaving all your stress behind. The dense forest surrounding the cabin grew thicker as we drove deeper into the countryside. By the time we arrived, the sun was starting to set, casting golden light through the trees. The cabin itself was straight out of a postcard, rustic but charming, with a wraparound porch and a stone chimney. It was secluded, surrounded by nothing but trees for miles. When we got there, the host, Richard, was waiting for us. He looked to be in his late 40s, with a weathered face and a smile that seemed friendly enough, though something about it felt off. He gave us a quick tour of the place, showing us how to work the fire pit and pointing out where everything was. I remember him pausing by the front door as he was leaving and saying, "Make sure you lock up at night. The woods can get unpredictable." He chuckled as if it was a joke, but the way he said it made me feel uneasy. Still, I brushed it off. He was probably just trying to add some local color to our stay. That first evening was everything we hoped it would be. We unpacked, cooked dinner, and spent the night around the fire pit, laughing and telling stories. It felt so good to disconnect from the world and just enjoy each other's company. By the time we headed inside, it was late and we were all exhausted. I remember thinking how peaceful it was out there, how the silence felt like a blanket wrapping around us. It was later that night when I noticed something odd. While everyone else was busy setting up a board game in the dining area, I walked into the living room to grab my phone. As I stepped across the floor, I felt a slight give under my foot. One of the floorboards was loose. At first, I thought it was just the old cabin settling, but curiosity got the better of me. I knelt down and pulled at the board, and to my surprise, it came up easily. Beneath it was a small, dusty lockbox. I called the others over, and we all gathered around as Alex tried to open it. He had a pocket knife with him, and after a bit of fiddling, the latch gave way. Inside the box were Polaroid photos and a small notebook. I'll never forget the moment we realized what we were looking at. The photos were of people sleeping. The angles and lighting made it clear they were taken in the cabin, and some of them were in the very room we were standing in. The notebook was even worse. It was filled with handwritten notes about various guests, names, dates, and strange observations like wakes up at 3 a.m. to use the bathroom or leaves the bedroom window open at night. It was detailed, obsessive, and deeply unsettling. None of us could understand what kind of person would keep something like this. We debated what to do. Claire suggested calling Richard to confront him, and while part of me wanted to leave right then and there, the others convinced me to stay calm and handle it rationally. We found his number on the Airbnb app and called him. I remember Alex putting the call on speaker so we could all hear. When Richard answered, we told him about the lockbox and its contents. His reaction made my stomach turn. He laughed a deep, unsettling laugh and said, "Oh, that old thing? Just a little joke. Keeps the guests on their toes." I didn't believe him for a second, but the others were divided. Sam thought it might actually be a prank, some weird way to scare city folks like us. Alex agreed, though he admitted it was in poor taste. I wasn't so sure. Something about Richard's laugh stuck with me. It didn't feel like the laugh of someone joking. It felt like the laugh of someone who knew we couldn't do anything about it. Despite my unease, we decided to stay the night. We locked all the doors and windows, checked them twice, and agreed to sleep in pairs. Claire and I took one bedroom, Alex and Jordan took another, and Sam volunteered to sleep on the couch in the living room. None of us wanted to admit it, but we were all scared. That night, I barely slept. Every little noise seemed amplified. Every creak of the cabin settling made my heart race. Sometime after midnight, I heard faint creaking, like footsteps on the wooden floor. I froze, holding my breath, straining to hear. Claire was asleep beside me, but I didn't dare wake her. The creaking grew louder, moving through the cabin. Minutes later, Sam burst into our room, his face pale and his breathing ragged. He whispered, "He's here. I saw him." We woke everyone up and gathered in the living room, where Sam told us what had happened. He'd woken up to see Richard standing in the living room, holding a camera. The flash had gone off, illuminating his face for a split second before he disappeared into the shadows. Sam swore he saw Richard slip into the hallway, but when he got up to follow, there was no one there. We searched the entire cabin, but Richard was gone. The doors were still locked from the inside, and the windows were shut tight. It didn't make any sense. The five of us huddled together, too scared to go back to sleep. As dawn approached, we heard a knock at the front door. It was Richard's voice, cheerful and casual, calling out, "Morning. Hope you all had a good night." I felt a chill run down my spine. We didn't answer. Instead, Alex grabbed the fire poker from the hearth and stood by the door. Richard knocked again, harder this time, and said, "You're not leaving, you know." That was the breaking point. Alex smashed one of the windows with the fire poker, and we climbed out, cutting ourselves on the glass in the process. We ran through the woods, not stopping until we reached the main road. A truck driver picked us up and drove us to the nearest police station. When the police investigated the cabin, Richard was gone. There was no sign of him, the Polaroids, or the notebook. It was as if he'd vanished. The cabin looked untouched, like no one had been there at all. The Airbnb listing was taken down the next day, and we never heard from Richard again. The police couldn't do much without evidence, and we were left with more questions than answers. To this day, I can't stay in an Airbnb without feeling a pang of anxiety. I check every corner, every floorboard, every closet, and every time I hear floorboards creak in the middle of the night, I can't help but wonder if someone's there, watching. It was one of those evenings that start innocently enough, but leave a mark you'll never quite forget. I had spent a little longer in the mall than I planned. It was late November, and I was in full gift shopping mode for my niece's birthday, browsing every store as if I'd stumble upon the perfect surprise. By the time I finally left, the parking lot was mostly empty, the bustling crowd from earlier replaced by the eerie quiet of a near-deserted space. I don't usually park far from the entrance, but that evening I'd arrived during the peak rush, and the only spot I could find was tucked toward the far end of the lot. I remember hesitating at the time, debating whether to wait for a closer spot to open up, but impatience won out. Now, as I walked toward my car, that decision felt like a mistake. The air was crisp, and my boots echoed on the asphalt with every step. Overhead, the bright, flickering lights cast long, lonely shadows. I adjusted my coat against the cold and glanced around instinctively. It's not that I was particularly worried, it was just a habit. I wasn't expecting to see anything unusual, just rows of parked cars, the occasional distant headlights, and the empty stretch ahead of me. But as my car came into view, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. A white van parked 2 spaces over. I wouldn't have thought twice about it under normal circumstances. Vans are everywhere, especially in a mall parking lot. But this one stood out. Its paint was chipped and stained, with a dent near the rear bumper, and the sliding side door was partially open. I don't know why it caught my attention, but the sight of that slightly ajar door sent a ripple of unease through me. My pace slowed, and I gripped the handle of my shopping bag a little tighter. 100 rational explanations flashed through my mind. Maybe someone was unloading something, or maybe the door just didn't close all the way. It could have been anything, but as I drew closer, my instincts told me something wasn't right. I tried not to stare, but I couldn't help glancing toward the van. That's when I saw it, movement inside. Just a faint shift, like someone turning their head. My heart skipped a beat. 2 figures sat inside the van. I couldn't see their faces clearly in the dim light, but I could feel their eyes on me. My mind raced, piecing together their presence in this almost empty lot. They weren't unloading anything. There were no packages, no shopping bags, nothing to suggest they were just 2 people minding their own business. I forced myself to keep walking, my pulse quickening with every step. I reached my car and fumbled for my keys, my hands trembling as I pulled them from my pocket. I tried to focus on the task in front of me, unlocking the door, getting in, and driving away, but my ears strained to pick up any sound, any movement behind me. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and fast, as I unlocked the car and yanked the door open. Without looking back, I slid into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut. My hands scrambled to lock it, and I let out a shaky breath when I heard the satisfying click of the locks engaging. For a moment, I thought I was safe, but as I glanced in the rearview mirror, my stomach dropped. The 2 men had gotten out of the van. They weren't running toward me or yelling, but they were walking in my direction. Their pace was deliberate, their eyes fixed on me. I didn't wait to see what they wanted. My hands were shaking so badly, it took me 2 tries to get the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I threw the car into reverse, backing out so fast that my tires squealed. I didn't care. All I could think about was putting as much distance between me and them as possible. As I sped toward the lot's exit, I glanced in the rearview mirror again. They had stopped walking and were just standing there, watching me. One of them had his hands in his pockets, his posture relaxed, as if he wasn't fazed by my panicked escape. The other stood a little behind him, his face partially obscured by the van. They didn't chase me, didn't call out. They just watched as I drove away. The drive home was a blur. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see the van following me, but it didn't. My thoughts were racing, a chaotic swirl of fear, relief, and what-ifs. What if I hadn't noticed the van? What if I had parked closer to it? What if I had hesitated for even a second longer? When I finally pulled into my driveway, I locked the car doors and sat there for a long moment, my hands still gripping the steering wheel. The reality of what had just happened sank in slowly. I told myself it could have been nothing, just 2 men sitting in a van, minding their own business. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The way they watched me, the way they moved, there was something deliberate about it, something that sent a primal wave of fear through me. I didn't tell anyone about it right away. I wasn't sure how to explain it without sounding paranoid. Two guys in a van looked at me weird, didn't seem like much of a story. But the more I thought about it, the more unsettled I felt. Eventually, I told a close friend. She listened quietly, her expression growing more serious as I recounted the details. "You should have called the police," she said. "Even if nothing happened, it's better to report it." She was right, of course, but by then it felt too late. What would I say? I hadn't caught their license plate, and they hadn't actually done anything illegal. Still, her reaction validated my feelings. I wasn't imagining the danger. Since that night, I've changed the way I approach situations like that. I never park in isolated spots anymore, no matter how crowded the lot is or how far I have to walk. I stay hyper-aware of my surroundings, scanning every car and van I pass, and I've learned to trust my instincts. It's been a long time since that night, but the memory still lingers. Sometimes, when I'm walking alone in a parking lot, I catch myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see those two men again. They never did anything, never followed me, never tried to stop me. But the feeling they left behind, of being watched, of being vulnerable, has stayed with me. Maybe they were just two guys in a van, waiting for a friend or passing time. Or maybe they weren't. I'll never know for sure. But I do know one thing. I'm not the same person I was before that night. I'm more cautious now, more aware of the small details that can mean the difference between safety and danger. And I've learned that sometimes, trusting your gut is the smartest thing you can do. I still remember the night I drove home from college, and the fear that followed me long after. It's a story I don't share often, mostly because it still feels surreal, and a part of me doesn't want to relive it. To this day, though, it's a memory etched into my mind like a scar, a reminder of just how vulnerable I can be. That particular evening had been hectic. I was in my third year of college, juggling coursework, a part-time job, and a demanding group project. By the time we wrapped up our meeting, and I packed up to head home for a week-long break, it was already late. I'd planned to leave around sunset, but things always seemed to take longer than expected. It was nearing midnight when I finally hit the highway. I've always loved driving at night. There's something calming about the empty roads, the hum of the engine, and the quiet of the world around you. I put on one of my favorite playlists, a mix of nostalgic 90s tracks and some indie music that helped keep me awake. The drive was long but familiar. About 3 hours through rural stretches of highway dotted with the occasional gas station or small town. About an hour into the drive, I noticed a vehicle pull onto the highway from a side road. It was an old van, the kind that looks like it's seen better days. Its headlights were slightly dim, and the vehicle itself had a boxy, weathered appearance. At first, it didn't seem out of place. Late-night drivers were common on this stretch of road, and I figured it was just someone heading home or making a delivery. But as the miles passed, I couldn't help but notice that the van wasn't going away. It stayed behind me, matching my pace almost exactly. I switched lanes, slowed down, and even sped up slightly to test my theory, but the van remained a constant presence in my rearview mirror. It wasn't tailgating or aggressively close, but it never strayed far enough to feel like a random coincidence. I tried to brush it off as paranoia. Maybe they were just heading in the same direction. I reminded myself that it was late, and I was probably just tired and imagining things. Still, the unease settled deep in my stomach, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. About 30 minutes later, I decided to take an exit I'd never used before. It was a last-minute decision, meant to throw off any lingering suspicion that the van might be following me. To my growing fear, it followed me off the highway. At this point, my hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles turned white. My heart pounded in my chest, and my mind raced through possibilities. Was it just a coincidence? Or was I overreacting? I told myself to stay calm, but every instinct screamed that something was wrong. I drove through a small town, taking random turns and doubling back, trying to lose the van. No matter where I went, it stayed behind me, never closing the distance but never falling back either. By then, I was convinced it wasn't random. When I saw a gas station up ahead, I made a split-second decision to pull in. The lot was dimly lit, and only one other car was parked near the convenience store. I parked near the pumps, my eyes glued to the van in my mirror. To my relief, it kept driving, its headlights disappearing into the night. I sat there for a few moments, trying to calm my racing heart. My mind scrambled for explanations. Maybe it was someone who thought they recognized my car, or maybe they'd gotten lost and followed me, thinking I knew the way. Whatever the reason, I felt like I'd dodged a bullet. After filling up my tank, I got back on the road. The rest of the drive felt tense, but I didn't see the van again. By the time I pulled into my parents' driveway, it was well past 2 a.m. I unloaded my bags, locked the car, and went inside, too tired to think about what had happened. The next morning, my dad mentioned something that sent a chill down my spine. He asked if I'd noticed the old van parked across the street during the night. He described it as a beat-up, older model that didn't belong to anyone in the neighborhood. He said it had been there for a while before driving off in the early hours of the morning. I told my parents about what had happened on the drive home. My mom looked worried and suggested calling the police, but my dad thought it might have been a coincidence and didn't want to overreact. I wasn't sure what to think, but the whole situation left me feeling on edge. A few days later, I decided to take extra precautions. I ordered a set of security cameras online and installed them around the house with my dad's help. One was positioned to cover the driveway, another pointed at the backyard, and a third aimed at the street in front of the house. It gave me a small sense of control, like I was doing something to protect myself. For the first few nights, nothing happened. The cameras sent occasional motion alerts, usually a stray cat or a neighbor's car, but nothing out of the ordinary. I started to relax, convincing myself that whoever had been driving the van had moved on. Then one night, I got a motion alert around 2 a.m. I was lying in bed, scrolling through social media, and nearly ignored it. But something made me check. The van was back. I stared at the camera feed, my heart racing as I watched it creep down the street with its headlights off. It moved slowly, almost deliberately, and paused near our house before continuing around the block. I watched it disappear from the frame, then waited, heart pounding, until it came back again, making another slow circle. The fear I'd felt during the drive home came flooding back. I woke my parents, and we called the police. By the time they arrived, the van was gone. Over the next week, the same thing happened several times. The van would show up late at night, always around the same time, and circle the block. Sometimes it would linger near our house. Other times it would just pass by. Each time, I called the police, but they never caught it. And then one night, it stopped coming. Days turned into weeks, and there was no sign of the van. The police told us it was probably someone passing through or playing a prank, and that it wasn't unusual for things like this to happen without a clear resolution. I wanted to believe them, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. For months, I kept the security cameras on high alert and checked the feeds every night before bed. I never saw the van again, but I stayed hyper-aware whenever I drove alone at night. Every pair of headlights in my rearview mirror made my pulse quicken, and I couldn't help but check to see if they followed me. Looking back, I still don't know what the driver's intentions were or why they targeted me. Maybe it was harmless curiosity, or maybe it was something far more sinister. Either way, the experience changed me. It reminded me how quickly a routine drive can turn into something terrifying, and how easily a sense of safety can be shattered. Even now, years later, I still feel a twinge of anxiety whenever I see a van that looks even remotely similar. Some fears, I've learned, don't fade. They just settle into the background, waiting to resurface when you least expect them. When I was 16, babysitting was my main way of earning money. It worked perfectly with my schedule, and I didn't mind giving up Friday nights for a few extra dollars in my pocket. I'd always been good with kids, and most families trusted me with their little ones. One of my regular clients was the Thompson family. They lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood, about 10 minutes from my house. Their home was warm and inviting, with a mix of modern furniture and personal touches like family photos on the walls and drawings from their two kids, Maddie, who was 7, and Lucas, who was 5, pinned to the fridge. I liked babysitting for the Thompsons. Maddie was polite and loved reading. while Lucas was an energetic little guy who always wanted to show me his newest Lego creations. Their parents, Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, were kind and always paid on time, which, as any teenage babysitter knows, is a big deal. The routine was simple. They'd leave around 8 p.m., usually for a date night or a work function, and be back by midnight. By 9, the kids were always asleep, leaving me a few quiet hours to watch TV or finish up my homework. It was late October, just as the air had started to chill, and the leaves were scattered all over the Thompsons' lawn. I remember arriving a little early that night because I'd been dropped off by my dad, who needed to get to a meeting. Mrs. Thompson greeted me at the door with her usual warm smile. She was wearing a sleek black dress, her hair swept into a neat bun, and her husband, already waiting in the car, waved from the driveway. "We'll be back around midnight, as usual," she said, handing me a list of emergency numbers and the bedtime routine, even though I'd long since memorized it. "There's plenty of food in the fridge, so help yourself, and call us if you need anything." Maddie and Lucas were already excited to see me, pulling me toward the living room to show me the fort they'd built out of couch cushions. The evening went by like any other. They ate mac and cheese for dinner, watched a movie, and we played a game of Candy Land before it was time to brush teeth and get ready for bed. Maddie protested a little, as she always did, but by 8:30, both kids were tucked in, and I was left with the quiet house to myself. I made my way to the living room, grabbed a blanket, and sprawled out on the couch. I had an essay for English class due on Monday, so I figured I'd get a head start while I could. The house was silent, except for the occasional hum of the refrigerator. I remember feeling so comfortable, so at ease, as I munched on a handful of Oreos and typed away on my laptop. And then I heard it, a faint scratching noise. It was so soft that, at first, I thought I'd imagined it. I paused, my fingers hovering over the keyboard, and strained my ears. The sound came again, quiet but deliberate, like nails against wood. It seemed to be coming from below me. My first thought was Mr. Whiskers, the Thompsons' cat. He was a curious little guy who loved to squeeze himself into the most unlikely places. "Mr. Whiskers?" I called out softly, getting up from the couch. I walked through the house, expecting to see him dart out from a shadowy corner, but the cat was nowhere to be found. The scratching continued, faint but persistent, and now it was unmistakably coming from the basement. I hesitated at the top of the basement stairs. The light switch was halfway down, which always made it feel creepier than it needed to be. Still, I told myself it was probably just the cat, or at worst a mouse. I leaned forward, trying to get a better look, but the darkness swallowed everything beyond the first few steps. Something about the sound unsettled me. It wasn't random. It was rhythmic, like someone, or something, was intentionally making it. A chill ran down my spine, but I shook it off. Houses make noises, I told myself. That's all this is. Instead of going down, I went back to the living room and tried to focus on my essay, but my mind kept wandering back to the scratching. It had stopped now, but the silence felt heavy, as if the house was holding its breath. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I decided to send Mrs. Thompson a quick message, more out of curiosity than concern. "Hey, do you guys ever hear noises coming from the basement?" I wrote, trying to keep it casual. I stared at my phone, expecting her to respond with something about the house settling, or maybe a comment about mice. Instead, her reply came back almost instantly, and it was nothing like what I expected. "Get the kids and leave the house. Now." I froze, rereading the message. My heart started pounding, and a lump formed in my throat. My hands were shaking as I grabbed my phone and read it again, hoping I'd misunderstood. But there was no mistaking the urgency in her words. I didn't stop to ask questions. I ran upstairs, trying to keep my footsteps quiet, and gently shook Maddie awake. "Hey, sweetie," I whispered, keeping my voice as calm as I could. "We're gonna play a little game, okay? We need to go outside for a bit, but we have to be super quiet. Can you help me with that?" She nodded groggily, and I picked up Lucas, who was still fast asleep. I carried Lucas down the stairs while Maddie held onto my arm. My heart was racing as I grabbed my backpack and the baby monitor. I slipped on my shoes and stepped out into the cold night air, closing the door softly behind us. I led the kids to the edge of the driveway, where we sat on the grass. I didn't know what else to do, so I called Mrs. Thompson. Her voice was trembling when she answered. "Are you all outside?" "Yes, we're outside," I said, trying to keep my own voice steady. "What's going on?" She hesitated for a moment before explaining. She and her husband had been hearing strange noises for weeks. At first, they thought it was mice or squirrels, but Mr. Thompson had installed a camera in the basement earlier that day. Just before they left for dinner, he'd checked the footage. What they saw left them horrified. A man had been crawling in and out of the basement window. He had been living down there, undetected, for who knows how long. I felt my stomach drop. The kids were sitting next to me, huddled under a blanket I'd grabbed on the way out, completely unaware of what was happening. My eyes kept darting back to the house, half expecting to see someone watching us from the window. The police arrived about 10 minutes later, their flashing lights cutting through the darkness. They entered the house with flashlights and weapons drawn while I stayed outside with the kids. Mrs. Thompson and her husband arrived soon after, their faces pale and strained. The police didn't find the man, but they found plenty of evidence: a sleeping bag, empty food wrappers, and a pile of clothes hidden in a corner of the basement. He'd been living there for at least a week, possibly longer. They believed he'd left through the basement window as soon as he realized someone was upstairs. The Thompsons were shaken, but grateful that nothing worse had happened. They apologized over and over for putting me in that position, though it wasn't their fault. They installed new locks, security cameras, and motion lights around the house, determined never to let something like that happen again. I didn't babysit for them much after that, not because of anything they did, but because I couldn't bring myself to go back. Even now, years later, the memory haunts me. The thought that someone had been living so close, just out of sight, still makes my skin crawl. It's a reminder that even the safest places can hold secrets, and sometimes, it's what you don't see that's the most terrifying. A few years ago, my friends and I decided to rent a cabin for a weekend getaway. We were all looking forward to some downtime away from the chaos of work and daily life. It was early autumn, and the idea of spending a weekend in a small mountain town, surrounded by nature and vibrant fall colors, seemed perfect. Kara, the one in our group who always took charge, found the place online. The listing described it as rustic and cozy, with a stone fireplace and stunning views of the valley. There were 5 of us on the trip: Kara and her boyfriend Nate, Mia, who had been my roommate in college, James, the jokester of the group, and me. I've always been a bit more cautious than the others, something they teased me about, but I didn't mind. It was just how I was. We packed the car full of food, games, and hiking gear and set off late on a Friday afternoon. When we pulled up to the cabin, the setting was every bit as beautiful as we'd hoped. The cabin sat at the end of a long gravel driveway, surrounded by towering trees whose leaves were just starting to turn red and gold. The air was crisp, carrying that earthy smell you only get in the mountains. As we parked, I felt a sense of calm wash over me. That calm didn't last long. As we approached the front door, something caught my eye. The area around the lock was scratched, like someone had been fiddling with it using a screwdriver or knife. I pointed it out, but Nate dismissed it, saying it was probably from years of wear and tear. Kara agreed, though I noticed her glance linger on the door for a moment longer than she let on. The inside of the cabin was exactly as advertised. It had a warm, inviting feel with wood-paneled walls, a big stone fireplace, and a cozy couch that faced a coffee table littered with magazines about hiking and local attractions. The kitchen, though small, was functional, and the windows offered a stunning view of the valley below. Upstairs, there were 2 bedrooms, each with sloped ceilings and patchwork quilts on the beds. Then we found the window. In one of the upstairs bedrooms, the window wouldn't shut completely. The lock was broken, and the frame was warped, leaving a small gap at the bottom. Kara suggested we keep that room empty, which made sense since we had enough space without it. But as we left the room, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that crept over me. The first night passed without incident. We cooked dinner, played games, and stayed up late swapping stories by the fireplace. I remember feeling so content, surrounded by my friends, laughing until our sides hurt. When we finally went to bed, I felt completely at ease. The second night was a different story. We spent the day exploring the nearby trails and came back to the cabin tired but happy. After dinner, we settled into the living room for another game night. It was during one of Nate's over-the-top charade performances that we heard it, a loud thump from upstairs. It wasn't just a little creak or groan from the old house. It was a distinct, heavy sound like something falling or being dropped. The room fell silent as we all exchanged uneasy glances. James, always the skeptic, said it was probably the wind or the house settling. No one else looked convinced. Kara and Nate decided to check it out, grabbing a flashlight just in case. The rest of us stayed downstairs, waiting anxiously. I remember sitting on the couch, listening to the sound of their footsteps on the creaky wooden stairs. When they came back, they said everything looked fine. There was no sign of anything out of place, and the broken window was still open, just as it had been. They assured us it was nothing to worry about, but I noticed Kara kept glancing toward the stairs. That night, I had trouble falling asleep. My room was on the first floor, down the hall from the back door. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Eventually, I must have drifted off because the next thing I remember was waking up to the sound of the back door creaking open. At first, I thought I was dreaming. I held my breath and strained to listen, my heart pounding in my chest. Then I heard it, a faint shuffle of footsteps on the wooden floor. I froze, every muscle in my body tense. It couldn't be one of my friends. I would have heard them come downstairs. Grabbing my phone, I texted the group chat, telling them I thought someone was in the house. I didn't want to make a sound, too afraid of drawing attention to myself. Seconds later, I heard movement upstairs. My friends must have seen my message because they came rushing into my room, their faces pale and terrified. Nate locked the door behind them while Kara whispered that we needed to leave. We moved as quietly as we could, slipping out the front door and into Nate's car. I don't think I breathed until we were all locked inside. From the safety of the car, we called 911. I remember my hands shaking so badly that I almost dropped my phone. The police arrived quickly, their flashing lights cutting through the darkness. We watched from the car as two officers entered the cabin, their flashlights sweeping through the windows. It felt like an eternity before one of them came back out, his expression serious. They had found someone. The man was hiding in the crawl space under the house. He was thin, with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard. When they brought him out, he didn't resist, but he gave us this eerie, slow smile that I'll never forget. The officers explained that the man had been squatting on the property long before it was listed as an Airbnb. When people started renting it, he hadn't left. He'd just adapted. He used the broken window and the back door to come and go, slipping in while the renters were asleep or out for the day. The scratches on the front door were from when he'd accidentally locked himself out. The thump we heard upstairs was likely him retreating to his hiding spot. The thought of how many times he might have been inside the house without us knowing sent a chill down my spine. We didn't stay another night. After giving our statements to the police, we packed up and left. The drive down the mountain was silent, each of us lost in our own thoughts. Even now, years later, I think about that weekend. I've stayed in Airbnbs since, but I'm much more cautious. I always double-check the locks and windows and inspect every corner of the property. Sometimes, I still wonder what would have happened if we hadn't woken up that night. Running has always been more than just exercise for me. It's a way to clear my head, to escape the noise of life for a little while. After my move 3 years ago, I stumbled upon a forest trail not far from my new home. It was beautiful, winding through dense trees with the occasional clearing that offered a view of the rolling hills beyond. Over time, it became my sanctuary, a place where I could be alone with my thoughts. That fall morning started like any other. I remember pulling into the small, empty parking lot just as the first rays of sunlight began to pierce the horizon. The air was cool and carried that unmistakable autumn smell, earthy crisp with a hint of decaying leaves. It was my favorite kind of morning. I had a busy week ahead, so I was looking forward to losing myself on the trail, letting my feet carry me wherever they wanted while my mind wandered freely. I stretched beside my car, glancing at the trailhead as mist clung to the edges of the trees. I'd run this path dozens of times and knew every twist and turn. It was familiar, comforting even, and I was grateful for that sense of routine. With my laces tied tight, I slipped my phone into the pocket of my running shorts and started my run. The trail greeted me like an old friend, the sound of leaves crunching underfoot blending with the rhythmic pattern of my breathing. I settled into my pace quickly, feeling my muscles loosen as I moved. The morning light filtered through the trees, casting long, dappled shadows across the path. It was one of those moments where everything felt perfect, like the world had paused just for me. A mile in, I noticed him. A man was sitting on one of the benches that dotted the trail every so often. He wore plain jogging clothes, a gray hoodie, black shorts, and sneakers that looked pristine, almost out of place on this muddy, leaf-strewn path. As I approached, he waved a small, friendly gesture. I returned the wave with a polite nod and kept running. At first, I didn't think much of it. It wasn't unusual to see people out here, though it wasn't exactly crowded, especially at this hour. But something about him stuck in my mind. Maybe it was how clean he looked, like he hadn't been on the trail long. Or maybe it was the way his waves seemed a little too deliberate, as if he'd been waiting for me to notice him. I pushed the thought aside and focused on my run. About a mile later, I saw him again. He was sitting on another bench, further down the trail. My pace slowed as confusion set in. There was no way he could have gotten here ahead of me. The trail wasn't circular, and there weren't any shortcuts, at least none that I knew of. This time, he didn't wave. He sat still, his hands resting on his knees, staring straight ahead. My stomach tightened as I passed him. I tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe it wasn't the same guy. Or maybe there was another path that connected to this one. But when I saw him a third time, further down the trail, I couldn't ignore the knot of fear forming in my chest. He was on yet another bench, sitting in the exact same position. The air felt colder, heavier. I kept running, my pulse quickening as I tried to rationalize what was happening. Maybe he was playing some kind of prank. Maybe this was his idea of a joke. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. I decided to turn back. Whatever was going on, I didn't want to stick around to find out. I needed to get to my car and leave. I picked up my pace, retracing my steps. At first, the only sound was my breathing and the steady rhythm of my feet on the dirt path. But then I heard it, footsteps. At first, they seemed to echo mine, faint and distant. But as I kept running, they grew louder, more deliberate. It was a slow, steady rhythm, not the hurried pace of someone running, but the measured stride of someone walking. I glanced over my shoulder and felt my stomach drop. He was there, walking toward me. His pace was unhurried, almost casual, but his eyes were locked on me. I didn't wait to see what he wanted. Panic took over, and I ran faster than I ever thought possible. My heart pounded in my chest as branches whipped against my arms and face. I didn't look back again. I couldn't. When I finally saw the parking lot through the trees, relief flooded over me. My car was the only one there, parked in the same spot I'd left it. The trailhead seemed to loom behind me, the trees casting long shadows across the dirt. I sprinted to my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled for my keys. I finally managed to unlock the door and throw myself inside. My hands gripped the steering wheel as I tried to catch my breath, my eyes darting to the trailhead. But he wasn't there. For a moment, I sat frozen, unsure of what to do. I felt like I'd escaped something terrible, though I couldn't explain what. I started the car, the sound of the engine breaking the eerie silence. As I put the car in gear, my gaze flicked to the windshield. That's when I saw it. A single footprint, perfectly clean, pressed into the glass. It was upside down, as if someone had stepped on the windshield from above. I stared at it for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing. It wasn't my footprint. I hadn't gone near the windshield. I drove home in silence, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly they ached. When I got home, I locked every door and window, double-checking them before I finally sat down. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I've told myself 100 times since that morning that there must be a rational explanation. Maybe it was all a strange coincidence. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But no matter how hard I try, I can't forget the sound of those footsteps or the sight of that footprint on my windshield. I never went back to that trail. Whatever happened that morning, I don't want to know. Some things are better left unexplained. Jake and I had always loved late-night drives. There was something serene about the open road, the quiet hum of the tires on the asphalt, and the sky stretched out above us, dotted with stars. That night was no different. We had just come from an incredible concert in the neighboring town, our favorite band playing all their hits. The energy from the music still buzzed through our veins, though the weariness of the long day was beginning to creep in. We had been together for almost 3 years, and in that time, we'd shared countless adventures. Jake was the calm to my storm, the steady hand on the wheel when I was prone to anxiety. I loved that about him, his ability to keep things grounded. That night, as we drove back home, I was grateful for his presence beside me, his quiet assurance making the long, dark drive feel less daunting. The highway was empty, a stretch of road flanked by dense woods on either side. The stars were our only companions, and the occasional headlights of a passing car seemed almost intrusive in the stillness. The silence between us was comfortable, broken only by the soft hum of the radio playing in the background. As we continued, the fuel gauge caught my attention. It was dangerously close to empty. I nudged Jake, pointing to the gauge. He nodded, scanning the road ahead for signs of a gas station. We hadn't seen one for miles, and the thought of being stranded in the middle of nowhere was unsettling. Just when it seemed like the road would stretch on forever without relief, a flickering neon light appeared in the distance. As we got closer, we saw it was a small, old gas station, its solitary pump standing under a dim light. The station itself looked worn, with peeling paint and a faint buzz emanating from the neon open sign in the window. It wasn't ideal, but it was our only option. Jake pulled the car up to the pump and got out to stretch his legs while I walked toward the station to pay. The air outside was cooler than I expected, and the eerie quiet of the surroundings made me feel a little uneasy. Still, I pushed that feeling aside, blaming it on the fatigue and the isolated location. When I reached the door, I found it locked. I tried the handle again, thinking I had made a mistake, but it didn't budge. The lights inside were on, and I could see the shelves lined with snacks and drinks. Someone had to be there. I knocked on the glass, hoping to get the attention of whoever was inside. After a few moments, an older man appeared from behind the counter. His face was lined with wrinkles, his expression tired yet alert. But what struck me most was the fear in his eyes. He shook his head furiously, mouthing the word, "No," as he looked at me. I pointed to the pump outside, trying to convey that we needed gas, but he shook his head again, more vehemently this time. His eyes darted past me, and I followed his gaze but saw nothing out of the ordinary. The man's behavior was unsettling, to say the least. He stepped back from the door and, without another word, locked it tightly. Confused and a little annoyed, I turned back to Jake, who was leaning against the car, watching the exchange with a puzzled expression. As I walked back, Jake's face changed. His eyes widened, and his posture stiffened. "Get in the car," he said, his voice low and urgent. There was something in his tone that immediately sent a shiver down my spine. I didn't ask questions. I could see the tension in his face, the way his eyes flicked to something behind me. I climbed into the car quickly, locking the door behind me. Jake followed suit, starting the engine as I turned to see what had alarmed him. There, between two parked cars, a man crouched low, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. He was watching us, unmoving, like a predator waiting for the right moment to strike. My heart raced, fear coursing through my veins as the reality of the situation hit me. Jake didn't waste time. He put the car in gear, and we sped off, the tires kicking up gravel as we made our escape. My breath came in shallow gasps, and I couldn't help but glance back as we drove away. The man was no longer crouched. He was walking toward the gas station, his movements deliberate and slow. The drive back home was a blur. The excitement of the concert had evaporated, replaced by the unsettling events at the gas station. We didn't speak much, the weight of what could have happened hanging heavily between us. Jake's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his jaw set in a grim line. When we finally pulled into the driveway of our apartment, the sense of relief was overwhelming. We sat in the car for a moment, the silence pressing in around us. I could still see the fear in Jake's eyes mirroring my own. Inside, the warmth of the apartment felt almost surreal after the cold tension of the road. We sat in the living room, the hum of the heater a comforting background noise. I thought back to the old man at the gas station, his frantic warnings, and the fear that had etched his face. He had seen the man before we did. He had been trying to protect us. In the days that followed, the incident replayed in my mind. Who was that man, and what were his intentions? I couldn't shake the image of him crouching between the cars, watching us. We tried to find out more about the gas station, but it seemed to exist in a void, an almost forgotten relic on a lonely stretch of highway. It became a story we rarely spoke of, a shadow in our shared history. But every now and then, when we passed an old, isolated place on our late-night drives, Jake would glance at me, and I would see that same steady calm in his eyes. We had been lucky that night, and though we might never know what truly lurked in the shadows, we were grateful for the warning we had received at the locked gas station. I've always loved the open road. There's a kind of peace to it, the endless horizon, the hum of tires on asphalt, the feeling that you can leave everything behind. That's why I decided to take a solo road trip one summer during college. It was a spontaneous idea, just me and my old sedan heading west from Texas to California. I had a loose plan to stop wherever I wanted, taking my time and enjoying the journey. It was late one night in Arizona, somewhere between two small towns whose names I can't even remember now. The highway stretched ahead of me like a black ribbon, cutting through the vast desert landscape. There were no streetlights, no other cars, just the stars above and the faint glow of my headlights illuminating the road. My music played softly in the background, more to keep me company than anything else. At first, I didn't notice the truck behind me. It was just another pair of headlights in the distance, slowly getting closer. But as the minutes passed, I realized it wasn't passing me, even though the road was empty and straight. Instead, it stayed at a steady distance, matching my speed. I told myself it was nothing. After all, what else would they do on a deserted road like this? Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard. It was almost midnight, the kind of time when you'd expect most people to be at home, not out driving through the middle of nowhere. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the road ahead, but the longer that truck stayed behind me, the more uneasy I felt. I sped up a little, hoping to put some distance between us. For a while it worked. The headlights grew fainter in my rearview mirror, and I started to relax. But then the truck sped up too, closing the gap again. My heart began to race. It didn't make sense. If they were in a hurry, why not just pass me? The truck stayed behind me for several more miles, its headlights like two unblinking eyes in my mirror. My palms were sweating, and I found myself gripping the steering wheel tighter. I tried to stay calm, telling myself I was overreacting. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe they didn't even realize how close they were. Then, without warning, the truck accelerated. It roared up behind me, the engine growling like some kind of beast. My heart leapt into my throat. Before I could react, it swerved into the other lane and sped past me, only to swerve back into my lane and slam on the brakes. I hit my brakes hard, my car skidding on the asphalt. Gravel sprayed up as I veered onto the shoulder, narrowly avoiding a complete stop in the middle of the road. My breath came in short gasps as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. Ahead of me, the truck had stopped, its taillights glowing like eyes in the darkness. Two men climbed out of the truck. They were tall and broad-shouldered, their faces hidden in shadow. Even from a distance, I could tell they weren't coming over to help me. One of them shouted something, his voice sharp and commanding, though I couldn't make out the words over the pounding of my heart. Instinct took over. I threw the car into reverse, the tires spinning for a moment before catching traction. The car lurched backward, and I turned the wheel, trying to angle myself back onto the road. As I did, I saw one of the men bend down and toss something onto the asphalt. My headlights caught the glint of metal, spike strips. Panic set in. I swung the car around, narrowly avoiding the strips as I sped away. In my rearview mirror, I saw the men shouting and gesturing, but they didn't get back into their truck. My heart was racing as I floored the gas pedal, the speedometer climbing higher than I'd ever dared to go before. I didn't know where I was going, just away. The road seemed endless, stretching out ahead of me like a lifeline. I kept glancing in the mirror, half expecting to see the truck chasing me, but it never appeared. After what felt like an eternity, I saw the faint glow of a gas station sign in the distance. Pulling into the station, I parked right in front of the door, as close as I could get. My hands were trembling as I killed the engine and stepped out of the car. The cool night air hit me, but it did nothing to calm the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Inside the gas station, I found myself pacing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. My mind kept replaying the moment the truck cut me off, the men approaching, the spiked strips. It felt surreal, like something out of a bad movie. The next morning, I drove to a local police station in the town where I'd stayed. The officers listened as I told them what had happened. Their expressions grew grim when I mentioned the spiked strips. They told me that stretch of road was known for incidents like this, drivers being forced to pull over, then robbed or worse. They said I was lucky to have gotten away, and that my quick thinking probably saved my life. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. If I'd frozen, if I'd hesitated for even a moment, things could have turned out very differently. It wasn't just luck, it was instinct, adrenaline, and maybe a little bit of divine intervention. The rest of my road trip was quieter, though not without its challenges. I stuck to busier highways and made a point of stopping only in well-lit, populated areas. The open road didn't feel quite as freeing as it had before, but I made it to California safely. Looking back, that night in the desert taught me a lot. It taught me to trust my instincts, to stay alert, and to never take my safety for granted. It also made me realize just how vulnerable you can be out there, miles from anyone who can help. Even now, years later, I think about it sometimes. I wonder who those men were, what they wanted, and if they ever succeeded in trapping someone else. I'll never know for sure, but one thing I do know is that I was lucky to escape. The desert road may have been a trap, but I managed to get away, and that's a story I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. When I was 16, life in our small town felt like it was wrapped in a bubble of safety. The days followed a simple rhythm: school, homework, hanging out with friends, and the occasional weekend outing to the local diner. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, and big city problems felt like they were worlds away. My parents had always emphasized the importance of community, and I took comfort in the familiarity of our little corner of the world. It was during the early autumn of my junior year that things started to change, though I didn't realize it at first. The leaves were just beginning to shift from their vibrant green to shades of gold and crimson. Mornings were crisp, and I would stand at the bus stop in my favorite green jacket, clutching my school books while I waited for the bus. It was on one of these mornings that I first noticed the van. It was parked a little down the street, just outside the view of most of the houses. It wasn't unusual to see vehicles parked in the area. After all, contractors, delivery vans, and visitors came and went regularly. This van, however, caught my attention. It was plain, white, and slightly battered, with no visible logos or markings. I remember thinking it must belong to a handyman or a delivery driver who had a job nearby. The van was there again the next morning, parked in the same spot. I remember glancing at it and wondering if I had seen it the previous day, or if it was just my imagination. By the end of the week, I had no doubt. It was there every morning like clockwork. I started to feel a little uneasy. It didn't seem to belong to any house, and I never saw anyone get in or out. It was just there, a silent observer. At first, I tried to dismiss my discomfort. Maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe the driver had a perfectly good reason to be there every morning. But then I noticed the man inside. He was middle-aged, with a scruffy beard, and always wore dark sunglasses. He never got out of the van. Instead, he would sit there, sometimes pretending to be on the phone, though his movements felt exaggerated, almost theatrical. Occasionally, I'd catch him glancing in my direction. It was subtle, but enough to make my skin crawl. One morning, as I stood waiting for the bus, something changed. The van's driver's side window rolled down just slightly. It wasn't much, just enough to give the man a clearer view of the bus stop. I felt his gaze land on me, cold and unnerving. I remember gripping my books tighter, trying to appear calm while my heart pounded in my chest. I wanted to believe he was just a random person who happened to be there, but my instincts screamed otherwise. The bus arrived, and I got on quickly, grateful for the safety it offered. That afternoon, I decided to take a different route home. Normally, I would walk straight from the bus stop to my house, but the thought of passing by that van again made my stomach churn. Instead, I took a detour through a neighbor's yard, following a winding path that added a few extra minutes to my walk. I felt a bit silly for being so paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. When I finally reached my street, I felt a brief moment of relief. But as I turned the corner, my heart sank. The van was there, parked just a few houses down from mine. My chest tightened, and I hurried inside, locking the door behind me. I remember standing there, my back against the door, trying to catch my breath and make sense of what was happening. I felt vulnerable in a way I never had before. That evening, I told my parents everything. I expected them to tell me I was imagining things or being overly dramatic, but they didn't. They listened carefully, their expressions growing more serious with each word. My dad called the police, explaining the situation and my concerns. The officer who came by later that night was calm, but clearly concerned. He asked detailed questions about the van and the man inside, taking notes as I spoke. He mentioned that vans like these were sometimes linked to human trafficking cases, especially in small towns like ours. It was a chilling thought, one that made my stomach churn. The officer assured us they would increase patrols in the area and keep an eye out for the van. My parents decided I wouldn't be walking to the bus stop alone anymore. Instead, they would drive me whenever they could, and on days they couldn't, I would take a different, more crowded bus stop. For the next few weeks, I kept an eye out for the van, but it never returned. Slowly, the routine of life resumed. Schoolwork, hanging out with friends, and weekend outings filled my days, but the sense of safety I once felt was gone. The experience had left its mark, a reminder that danger could exist even in the most familiar places. Looking back, I still wonder what that man's intentions were. Was he just a harmless observer, or was there something more sinister at play? I'll never know for sure, but the thought haunts me. It's a reminder that even in a quiet, sleepy town, it's important to stay vigilant and trust your instincts. The van may have disappeared, but the lessons it taught me remain. Life is unpredictable, and sometimes the most unexpected encounters can leave the deepest impact. That old white van, with its silent driver and unsettling presence, became a turning point in my life. A moment when I learned that safety isn't guaranteed, and that it's always wise to listen to the voice inside that says something isn't right. I had been working long hours for weeks on end, and the stress was starting to catch up with me. My shoulders ached from sitting at a desk all day, my eyes burned from staring at a screen, and my patience with everything and everyone was wearing thin. I needed a break, a real one. That's when I decided to book a weekend getaway. I found the listing on a popular vacation rental site. It was a charming little house nestled in the woods, just a couple of hours' drive from the city. The photos made it look perfect, cozy, with a stone fireplace in the living room, a fully equipped kitchen, and a bedroom with large windows overlooking a peaceful backyard surrounded by trees. The reviews were glowing, describing it as serene and spotless, with a host who went above and beyond to make guests feel welcome. It seemed like exactly what I needed, a chance to unwind and recharge away from the noise of everyday life. When I arrived late Friday afternoon, the house was even better in person. The exterior was a quaint blend of wood and stone, with ivy creeping up one side. Inside, it was warm and inviting, with soft lighting, plush furniture, and thoughtful little touches. A throw blanket draped over the arm of the couch, a basket of magazines on the coffee table, and a welcome note on the kitchen counter. Next to the note was a bottle of wine and a basket of snacks. It felt like the perfect escape. That first evening was everything I had hoped it would be. I built a fire in the fireplace, poured myself a glass of wine, and curled up on the couch with a book I'd been meaning to read for months. The house was quiet, the kind of quiet you can only find far from the city, where the loudest sound is the occasional rustling of leaves in the breeze. I let myself sink into the peace of it all, feeling the tension in my shoulders start to melt away. The next morning, I woke up to sunlight streaming through the bedroom windows. I spent the day exploring the area, hiking a nearby trail, and stopping at a local cafe for lunch. By the time I got back to the house, the sun was starting to set, casting a golden glow over the backyard. I made myself a simple dinner, ate at the small dining table by the window, and settled back onto the couch for another relaxing evening. It was while I was adjusting a few decorative items in the living room that I noticed something strange. A vintage-style clock on the mantelpiece had caught my eye the day before, and I decided to take a closer look. The clock was charming but a little unusual. Its hands were frozen at 10:15, and the glass face seemed to have a slight distortion to it. Curious, I picked it up. As I tilted the clock in my hands, the light caught something behind the face, a small, circular lens. My stomach sank. It didn't make sense at first. Why would there be a lens inside a clock? I stared at it, trying to convince myself I was imagining things, but the more I looked, the more obvious it became. It was a camera. A cold wave of unease washed over me. My mind raced with questions. Why was there a camera in the clock? Was it recording? Who was watching? I tried to stay calm, telling myself there might be an innocent explanation, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. I decided to check the rest of the house. My heart was pounding as I moved from room to room, scanning for anything out of place. In the bedroom, I stood on a chair to inspect the smoke detector. My stomach dropped when I found another camera lens embedded in its casing, aimed directly at the bed. At that moment, I felt completely exposed. I had spent an entire day and night in this house, relaxing, sleeping, letting my guard down. The thought that someone might have been watching me the whole time was nauseating. I left the house as quickly as I could, driving to a nearby parking lot where I sat in my car, trying to process what had just happened. The sense of violation was overwhelming. My mind kept replaying the past 24 hours, wondering how much of it had been captured on those cameras. Once I felt steady enough, I reported the cameras to the vacation rental site and the local authorities. The process was draining, requiring me to recount the details over and over again, but I knew it was important. The owner of the house was contacted and claimed the cameras were for security purposes. When asked why they were hidden and not disclosed in the listing, his explanation was vague and unconvincing. The authorities confiscated the cameras, and the rental site removed the listing. They offered me a refund and an apology, along with a discount for a future booking, but the idea of staying in another rental made my skin crawl. For weeks after the incident, I couldn't shake the paranoia. I started checking every room I stayed in, hotels, friends' houses, even my own home, for hidden cameras. Every clock, smoke detector, and power outlet seemed suspicious. It wasn't just the fear of being watched. It was the loss of trust in the spaces that were supposed to feel safe. I shared my experience with friends and family, partly as a warning and partly as a way to process what had happened. Some were shocked, others were sympathetic, and a few even admitted they had never thought about the possibility of hidden cameras before. Looking back, I wish I had been more cautious. There were little things about the house that should have raised red flags. The overly staged decor, the host's insistence on how secure the property was in the listing, the oddly placed clock on the mantel. But hindsight is always clearer. In the end, the experience left me more vigilant and more appreciative of my own space. I've learned to trust my instincts and take steps to protect my privacy, even if it means being a little more cautious than most. It's a small price to pay for peace of mind. The house in the woods was supposed to be a sanctuary, a place to escape and recharge. Instead, it became a stark reminder of how easily our sense of security can be shattered. It's a lesson I won't forget. My mom used to warn me, time and time again, never pick up hitchhikers. Growing up in a small, sleepy town, it wasn't advice I thought I'd ever need to follow. Our town was the kind of place where people waved at each other from their porches, doors were rarely locked, and everyone seemed to know everyone, or at least knew someone who did. It felt safe, insulated from the kinds of dangers you'd see on the evening news. Even so, her words always lingered in the back of my mind, a vague cautionary tale I never thought would apply to me. It happened a few years ago, on a Thursday evening. I'd just finished my shift as a delivery driver for a local supply company. It wasn't the most exciting job, but it paid the bills and gave me plenty of time to drive along the familiar country roads I'd grown up on. That evening, the late summer sun hung low in the sky, painting everything in a warm, golden light. I was looking forward to getting home, taking off my work boots, and heating up some leftovers from the night before, a simple pleasure I rarely appreciated until the day's exhaustion hit. As I drove, I noticed a figure on the side of the road, just up ahead. At first, it was hard to make out who it was. The woman stood near the edge of the asphalt, her gray hair catching the sunlight in soft, silvery streaks. She had a small duffel bag slung over one shoulder, and her other hand was raised in a tentative wave. Her figure was stooped, her clothes plain but neat, and there was something about her that seemed so unassuming. I hesitated as I got closer. Mom's voice echoed in my head, "Never pick up hitchhikers." But this wasn't some grizzled drifter or a suspicious stranger. She looked like someone's grandmother, weary from walking in the heat. I debated for a few moments, my foot hovering over the gas pedal, but I couldn't bring myself to drive past. I slowed the car, rolling down the passenger side window. "Need a ride?" I asked, my tone cautious but polite. The woman's face broke into a grateful smile. "Oh, thank you," she said, her voice soft and almost melodic. "Just a little ways down the road." I unlocked the door, and she climbed in. Her movements were slow, deliberate, like someone used to taking their time. She placed her duffel bag at her feet and settled into the seat, smoothing her skirt as she did. As I pulled back onto the road, I couldn't help but glance at her out of the corner of my eye. She was older than I'd initially thought, her face lined with wrinkles that suggested years of hardship or simply the passage of time. Her hands rested in her lap, fingers interlocked, and her nails were clean and neatly trimmed. For the first few minutes, we drove in silence. The hum of the engine and the faint rustle of the wind through the open window filled the space between us. I thought about making small talk, but decided against it. She seemed tired, and I figured she'd appreciate the quiet. But as the miles stretched on, I couldn't shake a faint sense of unease. Maybe it was my mom's warnings creeping into my mind again, or maybe it was just the unfamiliarity of having a stranger in my car. Either way, I kept my focus on the road, stealing only the occasional glance at her. Then she broke the silence. She asked me if I believed in karma. Her voice was calm, almost conversational, but the question caught me off guard. I didn't answer right away, unsure of what to say. It wasn't the kind of thing you expected to hear from someone you'd just met. I mumbled something vague about how I supposed I did, how it made sense that people got what they deserved in the end. She nodded, her expression unreadable, and for a moment, I thought that was the end of it. But then she reached down to her duffel bag. My heart skipped a beat as I watched her unzip it and pull out a small knife. It wasn't large, maybe the size of a steak knife, but the way she held it sent a chill down my spine. She turned it over in her hand, the blade catching the fading sunlight, and spoke again. She said that some people deserved to pay for what they'd done. Her voice was steady, almost casual, as if she were talking about the weather. I kept my eyes on the road, my mind racing. I didn't know what to say or how to react. Should I try to reason with her? Should I pull over and make a run for it? I decided to keep driving. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. I nodded and murmured something about how she might be right, how not everyone was trustworthy. It felt like the right thing to say, a way to keep her calm. She talked about betrayal, about people who smiled to your face while plotting against you. Her tone was calm, almost reflective, but there was an edge to her words that made my skin crawl. The drive seemed to stretch on forever. I didn't dare look at her for too long, but I could feel her presence beside me, the knife glinting in her hand. I tried to keep the conversation light, nodding along to her words and agreeing when it seemed appropriate. Eventually, she told me to turn onto a narrow gravel road. My stomach twisted as I followed her instructions, unsure of what would happen next. She directed me to stop near an old wooden gate that led to a field. "This is fine," she said, tucking the knife back into her bag. She opened the door and stepped out, pausing for a moment to look back at me. Her expression had softened, her eyes almost kind, but her next words sent a chill down my spine. "Be careful who you trust," she said. Then she turned and walked away, her duffel bag slung over her shoulder. I watched her until she disappeared down the path, my heart still racing. I sat there for a long moment, the engine idling, before finally pulling back onto the road. My hands trembled as I gripped the steering wheel, and I couldn't shake the feeling of her presence lingering in the car. That evening, I replayed the encounter over and over in my mind. I wondered if I'd imagined the danger, if maybe she was just a harmless old woman with an unusual perspective on life. But then I remembered the knife, the way she spoke about making people pay. It wasn't until later that I realized how lucky I was. Whether she meant to hurt me or not, the situation could have ended very differently. Since that day, I've never picked up another hitchhiker. It's not that I don't want to help people. I do. But I learned a valuable lesson that evening. You can never truly know what someone's carrying, and I'm not just talking about what's in their bag. Summer nights used to be my favorite time of year. I loved the way the air would cool after the relentless heat of the day, the sounds of cicadas humming in the distance, and the occasional rustling of leaves in the breeze. My home, a modest single-story house on the edge of a quiet neighborhood, felt like a haven. It wasn't much, but it was mine. The nights, in particular, were peaceful, a time for unwinding with a good book or losing myself in the fictional worlds of my favorite mystery novels. That night started like any other. The day had been particularly hot, and even after sunset, the house still felt stifling. I'd left the windows open to let in the cool night air, hoping to make it a bit more bearable. I remember curling up on my couch, engrossed in a novel, the kind where every chapter ends on a cliffhanger, compelling you to keep reading. I lost track of time, as I often did, until a glance at my phone reminded me it was nearing midnight. I marked my place in the book and stretched, the quiet creaks of the house settling around me. As I stood to turn off the lights and head to bed, I heard it, the faintest rustling sound coming from the backyard. At first, I thought nothing of it. My neighborhood wasn't entirely rural, but it wasn't uncommon to spot raccoons or even the occasional stray cat nosing around at night. I dismissed it as one of those harmless nighttime noises, and went about my routine. But as I made my way down the hallway, I heard it again, louder this time. It wasn't random or sporadic like the shuffling of an animal. It had a rhythm to it, distinct and deliberate. I stopped in my tracks, my heart beating a little faster. Something about it didn't feel right. Curiosity got the better of me, and I walked back toward the living room, keeping the lights off as I approached the window. My heart raced as I pulled back the edge of the curtain, just enough to peek outside without drawing attention to myself. What I saw made my stomach drop. There was a man standing in my backyard, just beyond the patio. He was tall, dressed in dark clothing, with his hood pulled low over his face. In one hand, he held a crowbar. The faint glow of the motion-activated light I'd installed last summer cast long shadows across his figure, making him appear even more menacing. But it wasn't just his presence that terrified me. It was the way he was standing, so still, staring directly at the window where I was hiding behind the curtain. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. My first instinct was to turn on the lights or yell, anything to scare him off. But something about the way he stood there, so calm, so deliberate, told me he wasn't easily spooked. Instead, I backed away from the window slowly, careful not to make a sound. Once I was out of sight, I grabbed my phone. My hands were trembling so badly, it took me a moment to unlock the screen. My heart was pounding in my chest as I dialed the emergency number, every second feeling like an eternity. When the operator picked up, I kept my voice as low as possible, whispering my situation. I explained that there was a man in my backyard, that he had a crowbar, and that he seemed to be watching the house. The operator was calm and reassuring, but her words felt distant, almost surreal. She told me officers were on their way, and asked me to stay safe, and stay on the line. I didn't respond. I was too focused on the sounds coming from the backyard. The crunch of gravel, I realized he was moving. My heart sank as I heard the soft scuff of his footsteps growing closer, followed by the metallic scrape of the crowbar against the back door. He was trying to get in. I crept down the hallway toward the bathroom, my legs shaking with each step. I locked the door behind me and sat on the floor, phone pressed to my ear. The operator was still talking, asking me questions to keep me calm, but I barely heard her over the sound of my own heartbeat. I kept imagining the worst. What if the door gave way? What if he got inside before help arrived? The minutes stretched on, each one feeling like an hour. The sounds outside grew louder, more insistent, as the man worked on the door. I clung to the faint hope that the lock would hold until the police arrived. Finally, the faint sound of sirens reached my ears. Relief washed over me as the noise grew louder, the flashing red and blue lights illuminating the edges of the frosted bathroom window. I heard shouting outside, authoritative voices demanding that the man drop his weapon. Then a loud clatter, followed by silence. When I finally emerged from the bathroom, my legs were shaky, and my hands were still trembling. The police were at the door, and I hesitated before unlocking it, still not entirely convinced the danger was over. An officer assured me they had apprehended the man, and he was being taken into custody. In the days that followed, I learned more about what had happened. The man, during questioning, confessed that he had been watching my house for some time. He thought I lived alone, and my open windows, combined with the lack of a car in the driveway, had made me an easy target in his eyes. The realization that I had been watched, that someone had been planning to break into my home, left me shaken in a way I can't quite describe. The house that once felt like a safe haven now felt vulnerable, exposed. I took immediate steps to make sure nothing like this could happen again. I installed new locks on every door and window, added motion sensor lights to the corners of the yard, and had a security system installed. I even adopted a dog, a large, intimidating mutt with a surprisingly sweet temperament. He's become both a protector and a companion, and his presence has done wonders for my peace of mind. It's been months since that night, but the memory still lingers. I can't look out into the backyard at night without feeling a twinge of unease. I've learned to live with it, though, and to take comfort in the steps I've taken to protect myself. I've also learned to trust my instincts. Looking back, I'm grateful I didn't ignore the rustling sound or dismiss it as just another raccoon. The summer nights don't feel the same anymore. The air is still warm, the cicadas still hum, but there's a new weight to the darkness, a lingering reminder of how quickly life can change. While I'll never forget the fear I felt that night, I've come to see it as a lesson, a reminder to stay alert, to take nothing for granted, and to never assume that the safety of your home is guaranteed. I still remember that night vividly, though it's been years since it happened. The details are etched in my memory, not because it was extraordinary at first, but because of how quickly it turned from a seemingly routine moment into something that could have gone horribly wrong. It was late, almost midnight, when I was driving home from the hospital. My shift had dragged on, and I was completely drained, both physically and mentally. Being a nurse wasn't just a job for me, it was a calling. But there were days, or rather nights, when it felt like the world's weight had shifted onto my shoulders. That particular shift had been brutal. An elderly patient had gone into cardiac arrest, and despite our best efforts, we couldn't save him. The grief of his family, their sobs echoing in the hallway, still lingered in my mind as I drove down the deserted highway. The road stretched out in front of me, dark and silent. The only sounds were the hum of my car and the faint rush of wind through the cracked window. Normally, I found these late-night drives soothing after a long day. They gave me time to process, to let my thoughts settle. But that night, something felt different. I couldn't quite place it, but a sense of unease had settled over me, like a whisper at the back of my mind telling me to stay alert. As I rounded a bend, the flashing hazard lights of a car parked on the shoulder caught my eye. My foot instinctively eased off the gas as I took in the scene. The car's hood was open, and a woman stood next to it, waving her arms. She was illuminated by the faint glow of her headlights, her figure slightly hunched as if pleading for someone to stop. I remember hesitating, my fingers tightening around the steering wheel. My mother's voice echoed in my head. Never stop for strangers, especially at night. It was advice she'd drilled into me since I first got my driver's license. And yet, I found myself slowing down. Maybe it was guilt from the events of the day, or maybe it was my nature, the instinct to help that had led me to nursing in the first place. I reasoned with myself that I could at least see if she needed me to call for help. Against my better judgment, I pulled over a few feet ahead of her car and cut the engine. Sitting there in the dark, with only my hazard lights ticking like a metronome, I felt a strange sense of vulnerability. I told myself it was just paranoia. After all, the woman seemed harmless. She approached my car as I lowered the passenger window. Her face came into view, and I noticed she looked young, maybe mid-20s. Her dark hair was pulled back into a loose ponytail, and her expression was a mix of relief and anxiety. Her clothes were simple, a hoodie and jeans, but they looked clean, not the sort of attire you'd associate with someone stranded for hours. She spoke quickly, her voice carrying a slight tremble. "Thank you so much for stopping. My car won't start, and my phone's dead. I don't know what to do." I nodded slowly, processing her words. I offered to call roadside assistance for her, already reaching for my phone. But she shook her head almost immediately, her reaction a little too quick. No, it's fine," she said, waving her hands. "It's probably just the battery or something simple. Could you take a look? Please?" Her insistence made me pause. Something about her tone didn't sit right with me. It wasn't the desperation of someone in genuine distress. It felt forced, rehearsed even, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it at the time. As I glanced past her toward the car, that's when I noticed it. A shadow, low to the ground, shifted behind her vehicle. My breath caught in my throat. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, my eyes playing tricks on me after such a long day. But then I saw it again, clearer this time. A man crouched low, trying to stay hidden. He was dressed in dark clothing, blending into the shadows. My stomach dropped. Suddenly, everything about the situation screamed danger. The woman's too perfect story, her refusal to let me call for help, the man lurking behind the car. It all clicked in an instant. I forced myself to stay calm, though my heart was pounding so loudly I was sure she could hear it. I told her as casually as I could manage that I didn't know much about cars and that I'd just call someone to come and help her. Her demeanor shifted subtly. The slight tremble in her voice disappeared, replaced by something firmer, almost demanding. "No, really, it's fine," she said, stepping closer to my car. Her hand rested on the passenger door, and I noticed her grip tighten. "Just pop the hood. I'll show you, it's simple." Every fiber of my being screamed at me to leave. Without another word, I hit the lock button on my car and shifted into drive. I didn't wait for her response. My tires screeched as I pulled away, her figure disappearing into the rearview mirror. I didn't look back, afraid of what I might see, or worse, who might be following me. I drove straight to a gas station a few miles down the road, parking under the bright lights near the entrance. My hands were trembling as I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. The dispatcher's calm voice was a welcome anchor as I described everything I'd seen. The woman, the man, the car, even the specific stretch of highway. They assured me they'd send someone to investigate. Even after hanging up, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. My thoughts spiraled as I tried to process what had just happened. If I had gotten out of my car, if I had ignored that flicker of movement, would I have been ambushed? The what-ifs were suffocating. The next morning, still rattled, I turned on the news. My stomach churned as I saw the headline, "Police warn of highway robbery scheme." The anchor described a pattern of incidents where criminals staged fake breakdowns to lure unsuspecting drivers. Once the drivers stopped, they'd be ambushed, often robbed or worse. The description matched my experience almost exactly. For days, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The woman's face haunted me, not because I felt sorry for her, but because of how convincing she had been. It made me question how many other drivers had fallen for the act, how many hadn't been as lucky as I was to notice something was wrong in time. Since that night, I've been more cautious. Whenever I see hazard lights on the side of the road, I hesitate. I want to help. I still believe in the importance of kindness, but I've learned to balance that with caution. These days, if I see someone stranded, I keep driving and call for help instead. It's not an easy choice, but I remind myself that staying safe doesn't make me selfish. It makes me smart. What happened that night taught me a valuable lesson. The world isn't always as straightforward as it seems. Sometimes danger hides in plain sight, disguised as someone in need. And while I can't forget the look in that woman's eyes or the shadow behind her car, I'm grateful that I trusted my instincts. Traveling for work had become second nature to me over the years. I was used to the early morning flights, rushed schedules, and the solitude of hotel rooms. It was all part of the job. That November, I was in New York City for a 3-day conference. The Midtown Arms Hotel wasn't my first choice, but its proximity to the venue made it the most convenient option. It wasn't luxurious, but I wasn't looking for luxury. I just needed a clean room, a good night's sleep, and a reliable lock on the door. When I arrived, the lobby was modest but bustling, with a mix of business travelers and tourists. I checked in quickly, collected my key card, and made my way to the 5th floor. As I wheeled my suitcase down the hallway, I noticed how quiet it was. The muted hum of distant conversations and the occasional ding of the elevator were the only sounds. My room, 512, was at the end of the hall. The first thing I noticed when I reached my room was the door. It didn't close properly. I had to push it firmly to get it to latch, and even then the lock felt loose. I jiggled the handle a couple of times, testing it, and didn't feel entirely reassured. It crossed my mind to ask for a different room, but I was tired and figured it would be fine as long as I used the deadbolt. I propped my suitcase against the door while I unpacked, just in case. Years of travel had taught me to take little precautions like that. The room itself was standard: a queen-sized bed, a small desk, and a window overlooking the busy streets below. I had an early morning ahead, so I spent a few minutes reviewing my notes for the presentation, then got ready for bed. I remember lying there in the darkness, hearing the faint sounds of the city outside, and finally drifting off to sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. At first, I couldn't figure out why. My heart was pounding, and my senses felt heightened in that way they do when something startles you awake. It was quiet, except for the low hum of the heating unit near the window. I was about to roll over and go back to sleep when I heard it, the creak of the door opening. I froze. My eyes darted to the door, and I saw it slowly swinging open. A sliver of light from the hallway spilled into the room, and a shadowy figure stepped inside. My brain scrambled to make sense of what I was seeing. He was wearing what looked like a hotel uniform and holding a small flashlight. The beam of light swept across the room, moving methodically as if he were looking for something, or someone. Panic set in. My first instinct was to stay still, to assess the situation. Then the flashlight beam landed on me, and the man froze. For a brief moment, our eyes met. My voice finally caught up with my racing thoughts, and I shouted, "Hey!" The man's reaction was immediate. He turned and bolted out the door, slamming it shut behind him. The sound of his retreating footsteps echoed down the hallway, and then there was silence again. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding so loudly it felt like it was in my throat. For what felt like an eternity, I didn't move. I was too stunned, too confused to do anything but sit there, staring at the door. Finally, I snapped out of it. I jumped out of bed, locked the door again, and shoved the desk chair under the handle. My hands were trembling as I tried to think through what had just happened. The rest of the night passed in a blur. Sleep was out of the question. I stayed awake, listening to every creak and distant sound, my mind replaying the incident over and over. By morning, I had convinced myself that it had to be some kind of mistake, a staff member who had entered the wrong room, or something equally mundane. But that didn't explain why he had run when he saw me. The next day, I reported the incident to the hotel's front desk. The receptionist seemed genuinely surprised, but I couldn't tell if it was because of what I was telling her or because she didn't want to deal with it. She assured me they would look into it and mentioned something about checking the security footage. Her nonchalance frustrated me, but I didn't push it. I had a full day of meetings and a presentation to deliver, and I couldn't afford to let this derail me. When I returned to the hotel that evening, there was no update. The staff claimed they had reviewed the footage, but found nothing unusual. I asked how that was possible, considering someone had clearly entered my room, but they had no answers. Frustrated and uneasy, I decided to take matters into my own hands and contacted the police. It wasn't until the following afternoon that I got the call. The officer handling my case informed me that they had identified the man who entered my room. His name was Derek Wills, a former employee of the hotel who had been fired a couple of months earlier. He had managed to keep a stolen master key card, which allowed him access to all the rooms in the building. The officer explained that my incident wasn't an isolated one. Other guests had reported waking up to find him in their rooms or discovering that items had gone missing. The thought sent a chill down my spine. I asked why the key card hadn't been deactivated when he was fired. The officer didn't have an answer, but mentioned that the hotel was now cooperating with the investigation. I felt a mix of relief and anger. Relief that the intruder had been caught, but anger at the hotel's negligence. This wasn't a freak accident. It was a failure to ensure the safety of their guests. I checked out of the Midtown Arms that same day and moved to a different hotel. The inconvenience was worth the peace of mind. The rest of the trip passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the lingering sense of vulnerability. The image of that man standing in my doorway haunted me. It wasn't just the intrusion that unsettled me. It was the realization of how easily my safety had been compromised. In the weeks that followed, the hotel sent me an apologetic email, offering a refund for my stay and a discount on future bookings. I didn't bother replying. I couldn't imagine going back there, no matter how much they tried to make amends. The incident was a stark reminder of the importance of trusting my instincts. Looking back, I should have demanded a different room or even changed hotels as soon as I noticed the faulty lock. That night in New York taught me a valuable lesson. Safety isn't something to take for granted, no matter how secure a place might seem. It's a lesson I carry with me every time I travel now, double-checking locks and trusting my gut when something doesn't feel right. I've always been drawn to the allure of the countryside, the promise of a simpler life far away from the chaos of the suburbs. So when the opportunity came to move my family to an old farmhouse in rural Pennsylvania, I didn't think twice. The house wasn't perfect, but it had charm. Wooden floors that creaked underfoot, a wraparound porch overlooking fields and woods, and a red barn that stood proudly in the backyard. It felt like a fresh start for my wife Julia, our teenage son Ethan, and me. The first few weeks were everything I'd hoped for. Days were spent painting, repairing the house, and exploring the woods. Ethan took to the new lifestyle better than I'd expected. He'd even started helping me with small chores in the barn. Julia was happy too, throwing herself into the garden we'd planted together. Life seemed to move slower out there, and I reveled in that simplicity. But as summer gave way to fall and the nights grew longer, things started happening that I couldn't explain. At first, it was just noises, soft tapping on the windows late at night, the creak of floorboards on the porch. Living in an old house, I brushed it off as the sounds of the building settling or animals moving through the yard. Once or twice, I even got up to check, but I never found anything. It wasn't enough to make me worry, at least not yet. Ethan was the first to notice the boot prints. He pointed them out one morning as we were heading out to the barn. They were clear as day, large muddy prints leading from the woods right up to the side of the house. I tried to reassure him, saying it could have been a hunter passing through, but even as I said it, the explanation felt weak. Why would someone walk so close to the house? From that point on, Julia started noticing other small, strange things. The tools in the barn, which I always kept in neat order, began appearing in odd places. A wrench left on the floor, a hammer placed on a windowsill. At first, I thought maybe Ethan had been using them and forgot to put them back, but when I asked, he denied it. I believed him. Then there was the missing food. Julia swore leftovers were disappearing from the fridge, but neither Ethan nor I had touched them. I thought maybe she was mistaken, but the pattern kept repeating. It was as if someone was helping themselves to whatever they wanted while we slept. I'd never been the type to scare easily, but I started feeling uneasy. I couldn't shake the sense that someone, or something, was watching us. It wasn't just the noises or the footprints. It was the way the house felt at night, heavy and oppressive, as though we weren't alone. One night, Ethan woke us up, clearly shaken. He'd gone downstairs for a glass of water and saw something on the back door, a handprint. It wasn't old either. It was fresh, pressed into the fogged-up glass. I went outside with a flashlight, scanning the yard for any sign of movement, but there was nothing there. By now, I was on edge. I installed motion sensor lights around the house and started locking every door and window religiously. But the unease only grew. Julia stopped sleeping well, and Ethan started avoiding going outside after dark. I tried to hold it together for their sake, but the truth was, I was just as scared as they were. The final straw came on a cold October morning. Julia had gone into the dining room to open the curtains, and she found it, a note on the table. It was written in crude, uneven handwriting, the words chilling in their simplicity. "I've been inside." I'll never forget the look on her face when she showed it to me. My heart dropped into my stomach. Someone had been in our house, not just watching from the outside, but inside, walking among us while we slept. I couldn't believe it. I called the sheriff immediately, and they sent deputies to investigate. They searched the property thoroughly, and that's when they found the evidence. In the loft of the barn, hidden behind some old bales of hay, was a makeshift camp. There was a sleeping bag, empty cans of food, and even some items from our house, a flashlight, a pair of gloves, and a jar of peanut butter I hadn't even realized was missing. The sheriff told me they suspected a local man who'd been squatting in abandoned properties around the area. He had a record of petty theft and was known for avoiding confrontation, but the thought of him watching us, of him creeping around our home, living on our property, was too much to bear. The deputies increased patrols in the area, and eventually, they caught him trying to break into another house a few towns over. He admitted to staying in our barn for several weeks, saying he thought the house looked like an easy target because it was so isolated. Even after they caught him, the damage was done. Julia and Ethan couldn't shake the feeling of being violated, and to be honest, neither could I. We tried to stay in the farmhouse for a while longer, telling ourselves that it was over, that we were safe now. But every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside, brought the fear rushing back. I remember sitting on the porch one evening, looking out at the woods, and realizing that I couldn't live like this. The dream I'd had of a simpler life had turned into a nightmare, and no amount of fresh air or quiet nights could make up for the sense of vulnerability we felt. We sold the house that winter and moved back to the suburbs. It wasn't the life I'd envisioned for us, but it was a life where I could lock the doors at night and feel safe, where I didn't have to wonder who might be lurking just out of sight. Looking back, I still think about that handprint on the glass, about the note on the table. I think about the man in the barn, watching us, learning our routines, slipping into our home while we slept. It's a memory that stays with you, no matter how much distance you put between yourself and the place it happened. The farmhouse is someone else's home now, and I hope they've had better luck than we did. For me, the experience was a sobering reminder that no matter how idyllic a place might seem, there's always the possibility of shadows hiding in the corners. I moved into my small suburban apartment after a rough patch in my life. It wasn't a fancy place, just a modest one-bedroom with an outdated kitchen and creaky floors. But it was affordable and located in a quiet neighborhood, which was exactly what I needed. The windows overlooked a small park, where kids played during the day and couples walked hand in hand at sunset. It felt peaceful, almost too peaceful, but I wasn't going to complain. After the chaos I'd left behind, I was desperate for tranquility. I had quickly settled into a routine. I worked during the day and spent my evenings unwinding with books or binge-watching shows. I didn't know my neighbors well, but they seemed friendly enough. Across the hall lived Mr. Hargrove, an older man with a warm smile who always held the door open for me when we crossed paths. The quiet streets and the occasional chatter of people walking their dogs made it easy to forget the world outside my bubble. That night was like any other. I cooked dinner, spaghetti again, because it was simple and I had no patience for complicated recipes. After eating, I curled up on the couch with a book I'd been meaning to finish. The hours passed in contented silence, the kind of silence that feels like a blanket wrapping around you. Eventually, my eyes grew heavy, and I decided it was time to call it a night. I turned off the lights, brushed my teeth, and crawled into bed. The sheets were cool and comforting, and the rhythmic hum of the heater lulled me into a deep sleep. I don't know what woke me up. It wasn't a loud noise or a bad dream, just a vague sense that something wasn't right. I lay there in the dark, trying to shake off the haze of sleep, when I heard it. At first, it was faint, like a soft metallic click. I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe it was just the old pipes or the wind rattling the door. But then I heard it again. This time it was louder, more deliberate. My heart started to race as I realized the sound was coming from the front door. Someone was trying to open it. For a moment, I couldn't move. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe a neighbor had the wrong apartment. Maybe it was a delivery person confused about the address. But deep down, I knew better. This wasn't a mistake. My phone was on the nightstand, and I reached for it with trembling hands. I hesitated, wondering who to call. The police? A friend? My mind felt scrambled. Instead, I texted Mr. Hargrove, the only person nearby who might help. I wanted to know if he could hear the noises too, if I wasn't imagining it. The seconds felt like hours as I waited, clutching my phone like a lifeline. Then I heard the sound again, sharper this time, followed by a faint scrape. My stomach twisted in knots. Whoever was out there wasn't giving up. I forced myself out of bed, my feet barely making a sound on the carpet. The small kitchen was just a few steps away, and I moved toward it, careful to avoid the spots on the floor that creaked. My fingers fumbled as I opened a drawer and grabbed the largest knife I could find. The clicking sound stopped, and for a moment, I thought it was over. Maybe they'd given up. Maybe they realized someone was home. I held on to that hope for a fleeting second before hearing a loud snap. My heart sank. The lock had given way. The door creaked open, and the dim hallway light spilled into my apartment. A man stepped inside. He was wearing a dark hoodie, the hood pulled low over his face. He stood there for a moment, scanning the room, as if assessing the space. I don't think he saw me at first. I was standing in the shadows of the kitchen, holding the knife tightly in both hands. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment, I thought I might pass out from fear. Then his eyes landed on me. There was a flicker of surprise in his expression, but it quickly turned into something else, something colder. I don't know what came over me, but I screamed. It wasn't a calculated decision or an act of bravery. It was pure instinct. The sound was raw, piercing, and it filled the apartment like a siren. The man froze, startled by the noise. For a brief moment, we were locked in a standoff, neither of us moving. Then, without a word, he turned and bolted out the door, slamming it shut behind him. I stood there, shaking, the knife still clenched in my hands. My chest heaved as adrenaline coursed through me, leaving me lightheaded and nauseous. It took me a moment to realize the man was gone, that the danger had passed. The rest of the night was a blur. The police arrived after what felt like an eternity, their flashing lights illuminating the street outside. They asked me questions I could barely answer, my mind still racing from the encounter. They examined the door and confirmed that the lock hadn't been forced. The man had likely picked it or used a master key. One of the officers tried to reassure me, saying I had done the right thing by screaming. "You scared him off," he said. "That probably saved you." But his words didn't bring me much comfort. All I could think about was how close I had come to something far worse. The idea of someone being inside my home, invading my space while I slept, was almost too much to process. That night, I didn't sleep. Every noise, every creak of the building sent my heart racing. I sat on the couch with all the lights on, gripping the knife like a talisman. The shadows on the walls seemed to shift and move, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the man might come back. The next day, I made a decision. I couldn't stay there. The apartment no longer felt like a home. It felt like a trap, a place where my safety had been violated. I packed up my belongings and started looking for a new place to live. Within a few weeks, I found a new apartment in a different neighborhood. This time, I took extra precautions. I installed a security system, upgraded the locks, and even set up a camera at the front door. I didn't want to live in fear, but I knew I couldn't take my safety for granted anymore. The experience changed me. I became more cautious, more aware of my surroundings. I started locking my doors the moment I got home and double-checking the windows before bed. The fear didn't consume me, but it lingered, a quiet reminder of how vulnerable I had been. Even now, months later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, my heart racing for no reason. The memory of that night stays with me, not as a source of constant fear, but as a lesson. I've learned to trust my instincts, to be prepared, and to never assume that safety is guaranteed. It was one of those nights that linger in memory, a blend of exhilaration and exhaustion. I had just left a concert, a solo outing I had looked forward to all week. Music had always been my refuge, a place where the chaos of life dimmed, and for a couple of hours, everything else melted away. The concert was incredible, a crescendo of sounds and emotions that left me buzzing. As I made my way down the subway steps, the coolness of the underground air wrapped around me, a stark contrast to the heat of the crowded concert venue. The platform was nearly deserted, as it often was at that hour. A few people stood scattered, their faces illuminated by the harsh fluorescent lights. I took a seat on the bench, the chill from the metal seeping through my coat. The train rumbled into the station, a familiar screech of brakes, and I stepped into the nearly empty car. I chose a seat near the door, a habit I had developed for no particular reason other than comfort. The train jerked forward, and I leaned back, letting the rhythm of the ride wash over me. My thoughts drifted back to the concert, replaying my favorite moments. It was during this reverie that I noticed him. He was sitting a couple of rows down, his posture relaxed, but his eyes unmistakably on me. I glanced away quickly, telling myself it was nothing. People looked around on trains. It was normal. As the train sped through the tunnels, the sensation of being watched didn't fade. If anything, it grew more palpable. I dared another glance, hoping he had lost interest. He hadn't. Instead, he had shifted seats, moving directly across from me. His face was partially shadowed by the brim of a baseball cap, but I could see the corner of his mouth curled into a faint grin. My stomach twisted into a knot, a quiet alarm bell ringing in the back of my mind. I tried to shake it off. Maybe he was just being friendly, or perhaps I was reading too much into it. I looked out the window at the dark blur of the tunnel, my reflection a ghostly double. The train jolted as it made its way to the next stop, and I watched as the doors opened and closed, hoping he would leave. He didn't. My stop was coming up, and I began to plan my exit. As the train slowed, I stood up, heart pounding, and made my way to the door. I could feel his gaze following me, a tangible weight on my back. The doors slid open, and I stepped out onto the platform, the cool air of the station hitting me like a splash of cold water. I turned my head slightly, trying to be discreet, but it was clear he had gotten off too. My pulse quickened as I climbed the stairs to the street, my legs moving faster than my brain could think. The street was quieter than usual, the hum of the city dulled by the lateness of the hour. I kept my eyes forward, scanning for a place that felt safe. A small bodega, its neon sign flickering, caught my attention. Without hesitation, I darted inside, the bell above the door jangling loudly. The cashier, a man in his 50s with a calm demeanor, looked up from his magazine. I must have looked as shaken as I felt because his eyes softened, a silent question in his gaze. I blurted out what had happened, my words tumbling over each other in my haste to explain. He nodded, understanding without needing more detail. He gestured for me to stay behind the counter, positioning himself between me and the entrance. From behind the counter, I watched as the man lingered outside. He didn't try to come in, he just stood there, his figure a shadow against the bright light of the store. His face was unreadable, but his presence was menacing enough. I held my breath, willing him to leave, counting the seconds as they stretched into minutes. Eventually, he turned and walked away, his form disappearing into the night. Relief washed over me, but the tension in my body didn't immediately ease. The cashier offered me a seat and a glass of water. I sat, my hands trembling slightly as I sipped. He didn't ask many questions, and I was grateful for that. His presence was enough to keep me grounded in that moment of vulnerability. I stayed there for a while, letting the steady hum of the bodega lull my nerves. When I finally felt calm enough to move, I thanked the cashier, his kindness a small beacon in the aftermath of fear. I called a friend to come pick me up, my voice still carrying the weight of the night's events. When she arrived, her hug was warm and grounding, a reminder that I wasn't alone. As we drove back, the city lights blurred through the car window. I recounted the story, each detail vivid in my mind, the adrenaline still coursing through my veins. My friend listened, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, her concern evident. That night, as I lay in bed, the events replayed in my mind. The man's grin, the way he had followed me, the relief of finding a safe space, it all lingered, a mix of fear and gratitude. I knew I would be more cautious in the future, more aware of my surroundings. The city had always been my home, a place of both adventure and routine. But that night, it had shown me its darker side. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability. Every time I boarded the subway, I felt a flicker of anxiety, but I also felt a renewed sense of awareness. The city was unpredictable, a sprawling web of experiences both good and bad. I had faced a moment of fear and come through it, a little wiser, a little more cautious, but still standing. Life went on, the memory of that night tucked away, a story to tell, a lesson learned. The bodega, the kind cashier, the friend who came to my rescue, they were all parts of a narrative that reminded me of the resilience within me and the unexpected kindness of strangers. The city continued its relentless pace, and I moved with it, carrying the memory like a talisman, a reminder of both the shadows and the light. It's strange how the quiet of the night can seem peaceful and ominous all at once. I'd always thought of late-night drives as my personal sanctuary. I grew up in a small town where the streets were dark and silent after sunset, so driving alone never felt threatening, until the night that changed everything. This happened a few years ago, when I was in my mid-20s. I had just started a new job as a graphic designer, juggling deadlines and learning the ropes. I was the kind of person who took pride in finishing things, even if it meant staying late. On that particular evening, I'd been working on a big project, one that kept me at the office well past my usual hours. By the time I finally packed up and left, it was nearing midnight. The drive home was supposed to be routine. The highway stretched ahead, long and deserted, with the occasional flicker of a passing streetlight. My favorite playlist hummed softly in the background, a mix of indie tunes and old favorites that usually calm my nerves after a stressful day. The air was cool, the kind of crispness that hinted at an early autumn. I remember glancing at the clock on the dashboard, 11:47 p.m. A faint uneasiness crept in as I drove. The road felt unnervingly empty, the kind of quiet that made the world seem just a little too still. I told myself it was nothing. I was just tired, that's all. Then I saw him. He appeared out of nowhere, standing on the side of the road, illuminated by my headlights. At first, I thought he might be a stranded driver, maybe someone whose car had broken down. But as I got closer, I realized there was no vehicle in sight. He stood alone, his thumb jutting out in a way that seemed oddly deliberate. He was wearing a hoodie, dirty and frayed at the edges, and a pair of worn jeans. I couldn't see his face clearly, but something about his stance, the way he just stood there as if he knew I would stop, made my stomach tighten. I slowed down, my fingers hovering over the steering wheel. Part of me screamed to keep going, to drive right past, and not look back. But another part of me, the part that always wanted to believe in the goodness of people, hesitated. What if he really needed help? What if this was one of those moments where doing the right thing could make a difference? Against my better judgment, I pulled over. He opened the passenger door and got in without a word. The interior of my car immediately filled with the smell of sweat and something metallic. I forced a polite smile and tried to engage him in conversation, but he didn't respond. He just stared out the window, his profile illuminated faintly by the glow of the dashboard lights. The silence was heavy, uncomfortable. I tried again, asking him if he'd had a rough day or if he was heading far. Nothing. He didn't even acknowledge me. After a few minutes, he finally spoke. His voice was low and flat, almost emotionless. The questions he asked, though, were anything but ordinary. "Where do you live?" I hesitated, my pulse quickening. "Not far," I said, trying to keep my tone casual. "Do you live alone?" I lied, telling him that my boyfriend was waiting for me at home. The truth was, I lived alone in a small apartment on the outskirts of town. "Is anyone expecting you?" he asked. The way he said it, so calm and deliberate, sent a chill down my spine. My hands tightened on the steering wheel as I struggled to think of an excuse to get him out of my car. I remembered a gas station a few miles up the highway, a small, poorly lit place, but it was the only landmark I could think of. I told him I would drop him off there, hoping he wouldn't argue. When we arrived, I pulled into the lot and parked near the entrance. My voice trembled slightly as I told him this was his stop. He didn't move. Instead, he turned to me, his expression unreadable. "This isn't where I want to go," he muttered. My heart pounded. I insisted he get out, my voice shaking now. He didn't budge. Instead, he reached down and began rummaging through the bag he'd brought with him. My mind raced with every horrible possibility of what he might be pulling out. Before I could react, the sound of an engine broke through the tension. Headlights swept across the lot as a large truck pulled in. The driver, a burly man in his 40s, climbed out and glanced over at my car. Relief washed over me like a tidal wave. I hit the horn, the sound blaring through the still night. The hitchhiker froze for a split second, his eyes darting to the trucker. Without a word, he shoved his bag over his shoulder and bolted into the darkness. The trucker came over, concerned, and asked if I was okay. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely unlock my phone to call the police. When the officers arrived, they searched the area and eventually found the man hiding behind an old shed nearby. Later, one of the officers told me what they found in his bag: zip ties, duct tape, and a knife. That detail haunted me for weeks. I couldn't stop thinking about what might have happened if that trucker hadn't pulled in when he did. The idea that this man had planned something, that I had been his target, sent shivers down my spine every time I replayed the encounter in my head. For months after, I avoided driving at night. I started double-checking the locks on my doors and kept a can of pepper spray in my car. I told myself I was being paranoid, but deep down, I knew it wasn't paranoia. It was caution. I still think about that night sometimes, especially when I'm driving alone. I wonder what became of the man, whether he'd done this before or if I'd been his first attempt. I'll never know for sure, but one thing I do know is this: I will never, ever stop for a hitchhiker again. Looking back, I realize how lucky I was. The trucker's arrival was pure chance, a moment of serendipity that saved me from what could have been a much darker outcome. It's a lesson I've carried with me ever since. A reminder that sometimes listening to your instincts can mean the difference between safety and danger. I was 16 when I experienced the night that made me swear off babysitting forever. At the time, it seemed like the ideal gig for someone my age. I loved kids, the pay was decent, and it was easy to do without straying far from home. Most of the families I worked for lived in the same quiet neighborhood as my parents, so there was never a sense of danger or unease. The Johnsons were one of my regulars, and I'd babysat Ellie and Max more times than I could count. They were sweet kids. Ellie, the older one, was shy and bookish, while Max had boundless energy and a mischievous streak. It was a crisp October evening when Mrs. Johnson called, asking if I could watch the kids while she and her husband went out for dinner and a movie. I said yes without hesitation. I remember feeling a bit tired from school that day, but I figured I could sit on the couch and relax once the kids were in bed. It was such an ordinary arrangement, one I'd done so many times before, that I didn't think twice about it. When I arrived at their house, everything felt routine. The Johnsons were dressed up and running slightly behind schedule, as usual. Mrs. Johnson gave me her typical rundown of instructions. Dinner was prepped in the fridge, the kids needed to be in bed by 8:30, and the emergency contact list was stuck to the fridge. She kissed the kids goodbye and promised to be home by midnight. The evening started without a hitch. I made macaroni and cheese while Ellie and Max played with their toys in the living room. We ate dinner together, chatting about their day at school and laughing at Max's silly jokes. Afterward, we played a couple of board games, and I read them a story before tucking them into bed. Ellie was unusually clingy that night, hugging me tightly before I left the room. She whispered something that stuck with me even after the events of that night. "Don't leave us alone," she said softly. I reassured her with a smile, brushing her hair back. "I'm not going anywhere, Ellie. I promise. You're safe." She didn't seem entirely convinced, but she eventually nodded and settled under her blanket. I turned off the light, leaving the glow of the night light to keep the room from falling into complete darkness, and gently closed the door behind me. Downstairs, the house was quiet except for the soft hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the floorboards. I grabbed a bowl of popcorn, plopped onto the couch, and turned on the TV. The Johnsons had a cozy home, with warm lighting and plush furniture that made it easy to feel comfortable. I settled on a rom-com, letting myself sink into the familiarity of the story. But just as the movie reached its climax, the landline rang. The shrill sound startled me, echoing through the otherwise silent house. I froze for a moment, caught off guard. The Johnsons rarely used their landline. Mrs. Johnson had even joked once that it was more for decoration than practicality. Assuming it might be them checking in, I muted the TV and walked over to answer the phone. "Hello," I said, my voice casual. The reply was not what I expected. A man's voice, low and deliberate, came through the receiver. "You're good at watching kids, aren't you? Too bad you're not as good at locking doors." Those words hit me like a punch to the gut. My stomach dropped, and a chill ran through me. For a moment, I couldn't process what I'd just heard. My first instinct was to dismiss it as a prank call, but something in his tone felt too calculated, too purposeful. I hung up without responding and stood there, gripping the phone, my heart pounding in my chest. The words replayed in my mind over and over. "Too bad you're not as good at locking doors." A sudden wave of dread washed over me as I realized I hadn't checked the back door after putting the kids to bed. Panic set in. I put the phone down and rushed to the kitchen, my steps quick and light so I wouldn't wake the kids. When I reached the back door, my worst fear was confirmed. It was ajar, swinging slightly in the cool night breeze. I could see the darkness beyond, the faint outline of the backyard, and the fence that separated it from the alley behind the house. My hands trembled as I grabbed the door and pushed it shut, turning the lock with a shaking hand. I stood there for a moment, trying to catch my breath, when I heard it, a faint, deliberate rattle of the doorknob. Someone was outside, testing the lock. It's hard to describe the terror that gripped me in that moment. My mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, each more horrifying than the last. Who was out there? What did they want? Were they watching me right now? I grabbed the largest knife from the block on the counter and backed away from the door, my heart pounding so loudly I could barely hear anything else. My hands were slick with sweat, but I gripped the knife tightly, holding it in front of me as if it could somehow protect me from the unknown threat. The rattling stopped, but the silence that followed was worse. Every creak of the house made me jump, my eyes darting toward the windows and shadows. I forced myself to think clearly. I needed help. I needed to protect the kids. I picked up the phone again and dialed 911, my voice shaking as I explained the situation. The dispatcher's calm, professional tone was a stark contrast to my panic. She assured me that officers were on their way and told me to stay on the line. Her words should have been comforting, but the minutes that followed felt like an eternity. I didn't dare move from the kitchen. The knife stayed clutched in my hand, my back pressed against the counter as I tried to keep every sound in the house accounted for. Were those footsteps upstairs? Or was it just the house settling? I couldn't tell anymore. When I finally saw the red and blue lights reflecting through the windows, I felt a wave of relief so intense that my knees nearly buckled. 2 officers approached the front door, their hands resting on their holstered weapons. I unlocked the door and let them in, my voice trembling as I explained what had happened. They searched the property thoroughly but found no one. However, they did find footprints in the flower bed beneath the kitchen window and a small pile of cigarette butts near the back fence. The evidence was chilling. Someone had been there, watching the house, maybe even for hours. The officers stayed until the Johnsons returned, their faces pale as I recounted the night's events. Mrs. Johnson hugged me tightly, apologizing profusely, though none of it was her fault. Mr. Johnson promised to install security cameras and upgrade the locks immediately. I went home that night shaken to my core. For days, I couldn't stop thinking about the man's voice, the rattle of the doorknob, the footprints outside the window. I wondered what might have happened if I hadn't checked the door in time. The thought made my stomach churn. I never babysat again after that. The experience left a scar I couldn't shake, a constant reminder of how vulnerable I had been. To this day, I still double-check every lock before going to bed, and the sound of a ringing phone at night sends a shiver down my spine. Whoever he was, he's still out there. I'll never know what his intentions were, or how far he would have gone. All I know is that I'll never forget the fear I felt that night, and the lesson I learned about how quickly an ordinary evening can turn into a nightmare. When I moved into my new apartment, it felt like a much-needed reset in my life. A year prior, I had ended a long-term relationship that had left me emotionally drained. I moved out of the shared apartment we had once called home and stayed with a friend for a few months. By the time I found the one-bedroom unit in a quiet, older building, I was ready to start fresh. It wasn't perfect, the walls were thin, and the hardwood floors creaked with every step, but it was affordable, charming, and most importantly, it was mine. The neighborhood was calm, a mix of families and retirees, with tree-lined streets and a park nearby. I'd told myself I'd start walking there every morning once I settled in, but work had other plans. My job kept me busy, so I was usually out early and back late, only occasionally running into other tenants in the hall. There was one neighbor I noticed right away, the man who lived directly across from me. He was in his 50s, balding, with a bit of a hunched posture. He always seemed to be around, lingering in the hallway whenever I came home or left. At first, I chalked it up to coincidence. He'd nod politely or mumble a quick hello, and I'd respond in kind, always eager to get inside and relax. In my first week, I started noticing small, peculiar things. My doormat, a gray rug with hello written in simple black letters, would be slightly off-center when I came home. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe it was the draft from the hallway, or the cleaning staff bumping into it. But then it happened again and again. One day, as I sorted through my mail, I noticed one of the envelopes had already been opened. I stared at it, confused. I was sure I hadn't touched it yet, but the tear along the edge was too precise to have been accidental. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe I had opened it and forgotten. Life had been busy and overwhelming, and it wasn't impossible that I'd been careless. But something about it didn't sit right. Then there was the day I came home and found my front door unlocked. My stomach dropped. I knew I had locked it. I always double-checked before leaving, a habit I'd developed years ago. I stood frozen in the hallway, staring at the door. For a moment, I considered calling the police, but I didn't see any signs of forced entry, and I thought maybe, just maybe, I'd been in such a rush that I'd forgotten to turn the key. I pushed the door open cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. The apartment was eerily silent. Everything seemed to be in place. My laptop was still on the desk, my purse still hanging on the chair where I'd left it. Nothing was missing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there. Over the next couple of weeks, I grew increasingly uneasy. Every creak of the floor or groan of the old pipes made me jump. I started double and triple checking my locks before leaving, and before going to bed. I avoided leaving my apartment unless I had to. Despite my unease, I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, that I was overthinking things. That was until the night I woke up to the sound of someone at my door. It was late, probably around 2 in the morning. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. I lay there in bed, listening to the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, my heart beating loudly in my ears. Then I heard it again, a soft, metallic scraping sound. It was coming from my door. I sat up in bed, my body frozen with fear. It sounded like someone was fiddling with the lock. I crept out of bed as quietly as I could and grabbed my phone from the nightstand. My feet were bare against the cold floor as I tiptoed to the front door. My heart pounded harder with every step. Pressing my ear to the door, I held my breath and listened. The sound was unmistakable now. Someone was trying keys in my lock. My stomach churned. I didn't need to look to know who it was, but curiosity and fear got the better of me. Slowly, I leaned toward the peephole. It was my neighbor. He stood there in his faded blue bathrobe, hunched slightly, holding a small ring of keys and trying one after another in my lock. His movements were calm, almost deliberate, like he'd done this before. I felt a wave of nausea and fear crash over me. Why did he have keys to my apartment? What was he trying to do? I didn't open the door. I didn't confront him then and there. I was too terrified. Instead, I stood frozen, watching through the peephole as he tried one key after another. After what felt like an eternity, he stopped, muttered something under his breath, and shuffled back to his apartment. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat on the couch, my phone clutched in my hand, waiting for any sign that he might come back. When morning finally came, I called the landlord. I told him everything about the doormat, the open mail, the unlocked door, and now this. He was horrified and promised to look into it immediately. That afternoon, he called me back with news I hadn't expected. My neighbor had made a spare key to my apartment without permission. The landlord explained that he had somehow gotten hold of a master key when the maintenance crew was doing repairs in the building and had used it to make copies. Hearing those words made my skin crawl. The landlord assured me he'd change the locks and take action against the neighbor, but it didn't matter. I couldn't stay there. Over the next few days, I packed up my belongings. As I carried the last box to my car, I glanced across the hall. My neighbor's door was slightly ajar, and for a moment, I thought I saw him standing there watching me. I didn't look back. I moved out that week and found a sublet across town. It wasn't ideal, and it wasn't home, but it was safe. Months later, I'm in a new apartment with better security, but I still triple-check my locks every night. I installed a small camera near my door, just for peace of mind. What happened in that building changed the way I look at my personal space. The idea that someone could invade it so easily, could watch me without my knowledge, has stayed with me. And those little signs I ignored, the doormat, the mail, they weren't harmless coincidences. They were warnings I should have heeded. I've learned to trust my gut. Sometimes what feels wrong isn't just paranoia. It's your instincts trying to protect you. If I've taken anything away from that experience, it's that you should never ignore the small things. They might be the first clue that something isn't right. Driving through the deserts of Arizona was always something I loved. There was a unique beauty in the barren landscape, the way the moonlight bathed the sandy expanses in a silvery glow. It was peaceful, a stark contrast to the chaos of city life I was leaving behind for a weekend. That night, however, the drive felt different. The usual calm that accompanied the empty highways was replaced by an undercurrent of unease. The trip had been spontaneous, a spur-of-the-moment decision to escape for a few days. Work had been relentless, and I needed a break, some time to clear my head and find solace in the open road. As I drove, my mind drifted between the events of the week and the anticipation of solitude. The car hummed beneath me, a steady companion in the vast emptiness, but as the night wore on, I noticed my fuel gauge dipping lower than I was comfortable with. I hadn't passed a gas station in what felt like hours, and my options were becoming limited. When I finally spotted the glow of a gas station sign in the distance, a wave of relief washed over me. The station was old, its neon lights flickering sporadically, but it was a beacon in the otherwise dark landscape. I pulled into the lot, noting how deserted it was. There was one other car, a battered sedan parked near the entrance of the store. As I stepped out to pump gas, I felt a presence before I saw him. A man was leaning against the door frame of the convenience store, his eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. He wasn't doing anything overtly threatening, just standing there, watching. But there was something in his gaze, something predatory that set every instinct on edge. He was tall, unkempt, his clothes worn and ragged, and he had a look about him that screamed danger. I tried to shake off the feeling, focusing instead on the task at hand. The sound of the gas flowing into the tank was a small comfort in the oppressive silence. I kept stealing glances at the man, noting how he never once looked away. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, but I told myself to stay calm. I was probably overreacting. People stopped at remote gas stations all the time. It didn't mean anything sinister was about to happen. Once the tank was full, I hurriedly replaced the nozzle, and made my way into the store to pay. The bell above the door chimed as I entered, the sound startling in the stillness. The inside was dimly lit, the shelves sparsely stocked. A tired-looking clerk stood behind the counter, barely glancing up as I approached. I handed him my card, my eyes flicking toward the door as the man entered behind me. He pretended to browse the aisles, his movements slow and deliberate. I could feel his eyes on me, feel the weight of his presence as he lingered just out of sight. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat echoing loudly in my ears. I signed the receipt quickly, my hand shaking slightly as I handed it back to the clerk. I wanted nothing more than to get out of there, to put as much distance between myself and that man as possible. I turned to leave, my steps quickening as I made my way to the exit. The man followed, his pace matching mine. As I reached my car and opened the door, he was there, blocking me from closing it. His presence was overwhelming, his intention clear in the way he loomed over me. My heart raced, panic gripping me as I tried to push the door closed. He was too strong, his grip unyielding. In that moment, I thought of every story I'd ever heard about women disappearing from remote places, about the dangers of traveling alone. My mind raced, searching for a way out. And then from somewhere behind me, a voice rang out. The clerk. I heard him shout, his voice sharp and commanding, cutting through the night like a knife. The man hesitated just for a moment before releasing the door and backing away. He disappeared into the shadows, leaving me gasping for breath, my hands trembling as I fumbled to lock the door. The clerk approached cautiously, his face etched with concern. I could see the worry in his eyes, the tension in his shoulders as he asked if I was okay. I nodded, though I could barely find my voice. The reality of what had just happened was sinking in, the adrenaline fading and leaving behind a hollow fear. He explained that the man had been hanging around the station for the past few nights, lurking and watching. The police had been called, but he always vanished before they arrived. The clerk had been keeping an eye out, wary of the way the man seemed to target women traveling alone. His words were a cold comfort, a grim reminder of the dangers I'd narrowly avoided. I thanked him, my gratitude spilling out in a rush of shaky words. He had saved me, his intervention the only thing standing between me and a far worse outcome. I drove away, my hands gripping the wheel tightly, my eyes scanning the road for any sign of the man. The dark highway stretched on, a never-ending expanse of asphalt and uncertainty. As the miles passed, I reflected on what had happened. The fear lingered, a constant companion in the silence of the night. But alongside it was a newfound resolve, a determination to be more cautious, to trust my instincts, and to never take safety for granted. The desert had always been a place of solace for me, a refuge from the chaos of life. But that night, it had shown me its darker side, a side I wouldn't soon forget. The journey home was long, each mile a reminder of how close I had come to something terrible. But I made it, pulling into my driveway as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon. Exhausted but safe, I stepped inside, the familiar comfort of home wrapping around me like a blanket. I locked the door behind me, the sound of the bolt sliding into place a small reassurance. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the memory of that man, of the way he had watched me, the way he had followed me. It haunted me, a shadow lurking in the corners of my mind. But it also made me stronger, more aware of the world around me. I learned to trust my gut, to listen to the voice inside that whispered of danger. That night on the desert highway changed me. It was a reminder that life is fragile, that danger can lurk in the most unexpected places. But it also showed me the strength I didn't know I had, the resilience to face fear head-on and come out the other side. It was a lesson I wouldn't forget, a story I would carry with me on every journey I took. When Jake and I moved to the city, we were filled with excitement and hope. The idea of starting fresh together was invigorating, a chance to build a life in a place that buzzed with energy and possibilities. We had been living in a tiny, rundown studio apartment in a less-than-ideal part of town, constantly bumping into each other and dreaming of something better. The day we found the apartment, it felt like all our wishes had been granted at once. The place was everything we'd been looking for. 2 bedrooms, hardwood floors, and plenty of natural light. It was on the top floor of a charming old building in a trendy neighborhood full of cafes, parks, and boutique shops. What surprised us the most, though, was the price. It was well within our budget, almost suspiciously affordable given the area. When we asked the landlord about it, he brushed it off, saying he wanted good tenants and didn't feel the need to price gouge. He mentioned casually that there were no tenants above us. The top floor had been converted into storage. It seemed like a sweet deal, and we didn't hesitate. Within a week, we had signed the lease and moved in. At first, everything was perfect. The apartment quickly felt like home, and we loved having the extra space. Jake, who worked from home as a graphic designer, set up his office in the spare bedroom, while I decorated the living room with bookshelves, plants, and cozy furniture. I'm a teacher, so I was out most of the day, but I loved coming home in the evenings to our warm, quiet apartment. It felt like a sanctuary from the chaos of the city. The first sign that something was off came about 2 weeks after we moved in. At first, it was subtle, faint creaks and soft tapping noises like footsteps. I didn't think much of it. Old buildings make noise, and I figured it was just the structure settling, or maybe sounds from another unit. Jake, on the other hand, seemed more unsettled. He swore he heard footsteps above us late at night. I laughed it off, reminding him that there wasn't anyone living upstairs. The noises continued, though, and over time, they became harder to ignore. Some nights, it sounded like someone was pacing above our bedroom. Other times, we heard faint thuds, like something heavy being moved. Jake mentioned it to the landlord, who assured us again that the top floor was just storage and no one had access to it. Still, Jake became more cautious. He started double-checking the locks on all the doors and windows, a habit that made me roll my eyes at first, but eventually began to comfort me. One evening, Jake was putting away some winter coats in the bedroom closet when he noticed something odd. There was a faint draft coming from above. He looked up and saw the outline of a square in the ceiling, barely visible and painted over to blend in. It was a trapdoor. I hadn't even realized our apartment had an attic. We stared at it for a long time, debating what to do. It was unsettling to realize we hadn't noticed it before. Eventually, curiosity got the better of us. Jake grabbed a chair, climbed up, and pushed against the trapdoor. It creaked open, and a rickety wooden ladder slid down. The air that escaped was stale and musty, carrying with it the scent of old wood and dust. Jake grabbed a flashlight from his desk and climbed up, insisting that he'd check it out while I stayed below. When Jake came back down, his face was pale, and he was holding a notebook in his hands. He looked shaken, and for a moment he couldn't speak. When he finally did, his voice was trembling. He told me there was a small mattress on the floor of the attic, surrounded by crumpled food wrappers, water bottles, and an old camping lantern. It was clear someone had been living there for some time, but it was the notebook that made it truly terrifying. The notebook was filled with notes about us. Page after page detailed our daily routines. What time I left for work, when Jake took his lunch break, what we had for dinner. Some entries included observations about what we were wearing or snippets of conversations we'd had. My hands shook as I flipped through it, my stomach twisting into knots. Someone had been watching us, studying us, and living just above our heads without us knowing. We were both terrified. That night, we called the police, who arrived quickly and conducted a thorough search of the attic and the building. Whoever had been living there was gone, but the evidence suggested they'd been there for months. The police found a small hatch in the attic that led to the roof, which they believed the person had been using to come and go. They speculated that the intruder had likely entered through an unsecured point on the roof and had been sneaking in and out, possibly while we were asleep or at work. The realization that someone had been living so close to us, watching us, and knowing everything about our lives was deeply unsettling. The thought of how vulnerable we'd been, how easily this person could have harmed us, kept me awake for nights afterward. The landlord was horrified when we told him what had happened. He apologized profusely and offered to terminate our lease without penalty. He even promised to secure the attic and roof access points to prevent it from happening again. But we couldn't stay there. The apartment no longer felt like home. Every creak, every shadow, every sound made my heart race. Jake and I packed up our belongings and moved out within the week. We found a smaller apartment in a different neighborhood, far from that building. It wasn't as spacious, and we had to stretch our budget to afford it, but it felt safer. Jake installed security cameras, and we started locking every door and window obsessively. It took months for us to feel even a semblance of normalcy again. The police never found the person who had been living in the attic. Sometimes late at night, I think about them. Were they desperate? Homeless? Dangerous? I'll never know. What haunts me the most, though, is the notebook. The way it chronicled our lives in such intimate detail, as if we were characters in someone else's story. It made me realize how fragile the sense of security can be, how easily it can shatter. Looking back, I still feel a mix of fear and unease whenever I think about that apartment. At the time, it seemed like a dream come true, but it ended up being a nightmare I'll never forget. If there's one thing I've learned, it's to trust your instincts and never ignore the little things. Sometimes they're the only warning signs you'll get. It was years ago, but the memory of that camping trip still lingers in my mind like a vivid dream, or perhaps a vivid nightmare. The kind of memory that stays with you, no matter how much time has passed. At the time, life had been pulling me and my son Ethan in opposite directions. I was buried in work, constantly running from meeting to meeting, while Ethan was navigating the chaos of high school, trying to find his place in the world. It felt like we were strangers passing each other in the same house, and I hated it. I decided we needed a reset, something to break the monotony and rebuild the connection we used to share. That's when the idea of a camping trip came to mind. Pine Hollow National Park seemed like the perfect choice. I had been there once with my father when I was about Ethan's age. It was remote, quiet, and surrounded by the kind of natural beauty that made you forget the rest of the world even existed. Ethan was hesitant at first. What teenager wouldn't be? The thought of leaving his phone behind and spending a weekend in the woods didn't exactly thrill him. But I convinced him by framing it as an adventure, a chance to get away from it all. Begrudgingly, he agreed, and the following weekend, we packed up the truck and hit the road. The drive to Pine Hollow was peaceful. The further we got from the city, the more the scenery changed. The concrete and glass gave way to rolling hills, dense forests, and winding roads. By the time we reached the park, the late afternoon sun was casting a golden glow over everything. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of pine and damp earth. We found a campsite near the lake, tucked away from the main trails. It was perfect, secluded and serene. We spent the next hour setting up camp. Ethan and I worked together to pitch the tent, gather firewood, and get everything organized. He didn't complain as much as I'd expected, and I even caught him smiling a few times. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, we started a fire and cooked the fish we had caught earlier in the lake. It was a simple meal, but it tasted incredible out there in the fresh air. Afterward, we roasted marshmallows, the flickering flames casting long shadows around our campsite. For the first time in what felt like forever, I felt connected to Ethan. We talked about his friends, his classes, and even his dreams for the future. That night, as the fire died down and the stars blanketed the sky, we crawled into the tent, exhausted but happy. I lay awake for a while, listening to the soothing sounds of the forest, the rustling leaves, the chirping crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl. It was peaceful, a perfect end to a perfect day. At least, that's how it felt at first. I don't know what time it was when I heard it, but I know I wasn't dreaming. A faint rustling sound came from outside the tent, soft at first, like leaves being disturbed by the wind. I didn't think much of it at first, probably an animal foraging nearby. But then I heard something else, something that made my breath catch. It was whispering. It was so faint that I could barely make it out, but it was undeniably human. I lay there, frozen, straining to listen. The whispers didn't sound like words exactly, more like murmurs, as if someone was speaking just loud enough to be unsettling, but not loud enough to be understood. I remember my heart pounding in my chest as I quietly reached for the flashlight I had placed next to me. I debated waking Ethan, but decided against it. There was no point in scaring him if it turned out to be nothing. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and poked my head out, shining the flashlight around the campsite. The beam of light illuminated the fire pit, the lake, and the trees surrounding us. Everything looked normal, empty and still. I let out a shaky breath, convincing myself it had been my imagination. But just as I was about to retreat back into the tent, I heard another sound. It was a dragging noise, low and heavy, coming from somewhere near the edge of the campsite. My flashlight whipped in that direction, and that's when I saw them. Two figures stood at the edge of the firelight, just outside its glow. They weren't moving, just standing there watching. I couldn't make out their faces, but their silhouettes were clear enough. They were tall and unnaturally still, their posture rigid and unnerving. I froze, unsure of what to do. My first instinct was to call out to them, to ask if they needed help, but something about their presence stopped me. It was like an instinct, a primal warning deep in my gut telling me that whatever these people were, they weren't lost campers. Finally, I managed to force out a shaky hello. My voice sounded small and uncertain in the stillness of the night. The figures didn't respond. They just stood there, staring. Or at least, I think they were staring. Then, without warning, they turned and sprinted into the woods. The speed and silence with which they moved were unnerving, almost inhuman. I scrambled back into the tent, my hands trembling as I zipped it shut. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat there, gripping the hunting knife I had packed, listening to every sound outside. Ethan stirred a few times but didn't wake, and I was grateful for that. When morning finally came, I stepped out of the tent, exhausted but relieved to see daylight. The relief was short-lived. Around our campsite were dozens of footprints, bare, elongated, and strange. They circled the tent, the fire pit, and even our truck. And then there was the rope. Tied to a tree near our tent was a thick, weathered rope. It wasn't tied into a noose exactly, but it hung in a way that felt deliberate, like it was meant to send a message. My stomach churned as I stared at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I woke Ethan and told him we were leaving. I didn't explain much, just said that we needed to pack up and go. He didn't ask too many questions, probably sensing the urgency in my voice. We loaded up the truck as quickly as we could and drove away, leaving the campsite, and whatever had been out there, behind us. To this day, I don't know what happened that night. I've gone over it 100 times in my head, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was some kind of prank, though I can't imagine anyone going to those lengths just to scare two strangers. Or maybe it was something darker, something I'll never fully understand. What I do know is that I've never gone camping since. The wilderness, once a place of peace and escape, now feels like a realm of unknowns, full of shadows and unanswered questions. Some experiences stay with you forever. That night in Pine Hollow is one I'll never forget. It was a typical Saturday night, one of those peaceful evenings when I could finally unwind from the week. My name's Emily, and I've been living alone in my little suburban house for about 3 years now. It's a cozy place, tucked away on a quiet street lined with trees and neat lawns. I had grown to love the solitude, finding comfort in the routine of my independent life. That night, the weather was perfect, not too cold, not too warm. I remember the soft hum of crickets outside and the occasional rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. After finishing up some cleaning earlier in the day, I treated myself to a movie night. My plan was simple: a bowl of buttery popcorn, my favorite blanket, and a true crime documentary. I'd always had a fascination with those shows, though sometimes, watching them alone left me feeling a little paranoid. It started with a sound, a faint clatter coming from the direction of the garage. At first, I barely registered it, too engrossed in the screen. I told myself it was probably the wind or a tree branch brushing against the siding. My neighborhood was generally quiet, and I had never had any real issues with safety. But the noise came again, sharper this time, like metal tapping against something hard. My heart gave a tiny flutter, but I shrugged it off. Houses made noises. That's what I told myself. A few minutes later, something else caught my attention. From where I was sitting, I could see a sliver of the garage window through my living room curtains. The light flickered on. I froze, my body stiffening as I stared at the glowing rectangle. No one else had a key to my garage. The light wasn't on a timer, and it had never malfunctioned before. For a moment, I thought maybe I'd accidentally left it on earlier. But no, I distinctly remembered turning it off after taking out the trash earlier in the day. I felt a strange mix of fear and disbelief. Maybe it was a raccoon or some other animal that had triggered the light. Or maybe a neighbor had wandered into the wrong yard by mistake. That thought gave me a brief, shaky laugh, though it quickly faded as a new sound reached me, a faint scraping noise. It was coming from the garage. My pulse quickened. I tried to reason with myself. What were the chances of something serious happening in my quiet little neighborhood? I'd lived here for years without a single incident, but the thought wasn't enough to quell the unease that crept over me. My mind raced through possibilities, each one more alarming than the last. It could be a burglar, or worse. I'd seen enough true crime documentaries to know how these situations could spiral. I stood up, trying to decide what to do. My phone was on the coffee table, but I didn't want to call the police just yet. What if it really was nothing? I didn't want to embarrass myself by overreacting. But what if it wasn't? My next thought was to call my parents, but they lived 2 hours away. The idea of waking them up just to hear their voices felt silly. I needed to figure this out on my own. Heart pounding, I grabbed a kitchen knife. It felt awkward and heavy in my hand, but it was the only thing that made me feel remotely safe as I crept toward the door leading to the garage. The house felt eerily silent, every creak of the floorboards amplified by my growing anxiety. I hesitated in front of the door, my hand hovering over the knob. My palms were slick with sweat, and my breathing felt too loud. Slowly, I leaned toward the small window set in the door, squinting to see into the dimly lit garage. That's when I saw him. There was a man crouched by my car, dressed in dark clothes. His hood was pulled up, and his face was partially obscured, but I could see enough to know he didn't belong there. He was holding a crowbar, his gloved hands prying at the door of my car. I felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. My chest tightened as panic coursed through me. For a moment, I didn't move. I couldn't move. My mind raced through the implications of what I was seeing. Was he trying to steal my car? Was he looking for something inside? Or was it something worse? The man must have sensed my presence because he suddenly looked up, his head snapping toward the window. Our eyes met briefly, and in that moment, I could see the alarm in his expression. Without hesitation, he dropped the crowbar, the metallic clang echoing in the garage, and bolted. I watched as he darted toward the side door of the garage and disappeared into the night. For a moment, I stood frozen, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. My hands trembled as I locked the door and backed away. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. I stumbled into the living room, knife still in hand, and grabbed my phone. I debated calling my parents again, but what could they do? Instead, I dialed the police. I told the operator everything about the noises, the man, and the tools. She assured me someone would be dispatched immediately, though she couldn't mask the urgency in her voice when I mentioned seeing the man with a crowbar. Hanging up, I sat down on the couch, still clutching the knife. Every sound in the house seemed louder, every shadow darker. I felt exposed, vulnerable in my own home. The police arrived within 10 minutes, though it felt like hours. They searched the area but couldn't find the man. However, near the side of the house, they discovered a duffel bag he must have left behind in his haste to escape. Inside were tools, lock-picking equipment, duct tape, and zip ties. My stomach turned as I realized this wasn't just a burglary attempt. Whoever this man was, he had planned for something far more sinister. The officers explained that there had been a string of break-ins in the area recently. My house wasn't the first to be targeted, but I'd been lucky. That word stuck with me. Lucky. The idea that my vigilance, catching the flicker of the garage light, hearing the scraping noise, might have saved me from something far worse left me shaken. In the days that followed, I took every precaution I could think of. I installed a security system, added motion sensor lights around the perimeter of the house, and adopted a German shepherd named Max. He quickly became my constant companion, his presence a source of comfort and protection. Even now, months later, I still think about that night. I replay the details in my mind, wondering how close I came to danger and how differently things could have turned out. The memory hasn't faded, but it has taught me to trust my instincts and take nothing for granted. Life can change in an instant, sometimes with nothing more than a soft clatter in the dark. My name is Jason Thorne, and what I'm about to share happened a few years ago in late October, right before Halloween. At the time, I was working as a mechanic in Blackwood, a small mountain town tucked into the Rockies. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, where the forest feels like it's closing in around you, and where the quiet nights are both peaceful and eerie. That night, I'd pulled a double shift at the shop. We'd been slammed with last-minute repairs, and I'd stayed late to help out a co-worker who had called in sick. By the time I locked up and got into my truck, it was close to midnight. The air was cold and heavy with mist, and I could feel the fatigue weighing on me as I started the engine. The drive home usually took about half an hour. Ridgewood, where I lived, was a small town further down the mountain. The road connecting the two towns was isolated, winding, and lined with dense pine trees. The moonlight filtered weakly through the fog, casting strange, shifting shadows. As tired as I was, I found the silence soothing. I had just rounded a sharp bend near Old Quarry Road when I saw her. A figure appeared on the side of the road, illuminated by my headlights. It was a woman, standing there alone, hugging herself against the cold. She looked young, mid-20s maybe, with dark hair and a lightweight jacket that seemed inadequate for the chilly mountain air. At first, I kept driving. My instincts told me not to stop. It was late, I was tired, and something about the sight of her standing there felt out of place. But as I glanced in my rearview mirror, I couldn't shake the image of her. She looked distressed, maybe even desperate. The guilt crept in. What if she really needed help? Against my better judgment, I slowed the truck and reversed back toward her. When I rolled down my window, she stepped closer, and I could see her face clearly for the first time. Her cheeks were pale, and her eyes looked tired, but there was a calmness in her expression that didn't quite match the situation. She thanked me and said her car had run out of gas a few miles back. I hesitated for a moment before unlocking the passenger door. She climbed in and sat quietly, clutching a small purse tightly to her chest. The air in the truck felt different with her there, tense, almost stifling, but I told myself I was imagining things. As we drove, I tried to make conversation to break the silence. She told me she was heading to her sister's house in Ridgewood. The story made sense. Ridgewood wasn't far, and there were a few residential areas on the outskirts. Still, something about the way she spoke put me on edge. Her tone was too calm, too measured. Then she started asking questions. At first, they seemed innocent enough. How late I usually worked, whether I was from the area. But then she asked if I lived alone. That question caught me off guard. It felt personal, invasive even, and I couldn't help but wonder why she wanted to know. I told her I lived with a couple of roommates, though that wasn't true. I'd been living alone in a small rental house for over a year. As soon as I said it, I could see her reaction out of the corner of my eye. It was subtle, but her posture changed, like she was processing the information. My unease grew with every passing minute. The quiet hum of the engine and the rhythmic sound of the tires on the pavement did nothing to calm my nerves. I decided to test her story. I mentioned that we could loop back and grab her car on the way to the gas station. She quickly waved off the suggestion, saying it wasn't worth the trouble. Her dismissal felt too abrupt, too final. That's when I started to think something was seriously wrong. I decided to take a detour, veering onto smaller, less traveled roads. I told her it was a shortcut, though I knew it wasn't. I wanted to see how she'd react. As the roads grew narrower and darker, her tension became palpable. She shifted uncomfortably in her seat, clutching her purse even tighter. She asked again why I wasn't taking the main road, her voice sharper this time. I played it off, telling her I knew the area well, and this route would save time. Her agitation grew with every turn. Finally, she demanded that I stop the truck. There was a tremble in her voice, but it was more frustration than fear. I pulled over onto the gravel shoulder, my heart pounding. She fumbled with the door handle, muttering something under her breath before getting out and disappearing into the shadows of the forest. I sat there for a moment, staring at the empty passenger seat. The relief of her absence was quickly replaced by a gnawing sense of unease. I replayed the entire encounter in my mind, trying to make sense of it. Why had she been so adamant about not going back to her car? Why had she asked if I lived alone? As I drove home, I decided to pass by the stretch of road where she'd said her car had broken down. I slowed down and scanned the area carefully, but there was nothing. No car, No signs of anyone walking along the roadside. It was as if she had never been there at all. The following week, I tried to put the experience behind me. I told myself she might have been a scammer, or maybe just someone in a bad situation who didn't know how to ask for help. But then a news report changed everything. I was sitting in my living room, eating dinner, when the anchor's voice drew my attention. A photo appeared on the screen, a grainy image of a woman who looked eerily familiar. The anchor explained that she was wanted in connection with a series of robberies and assaults. Her method was to lure unsuspecting drivers into isolated areas, pretending to need help before turning on them. My stomach dropped. It was her, the hitchhiker I had picked up. For days, I couldn't shake the thought of how close I'd come to something terrible happening. The lies I told, the detours, the story about my roommates, those small decisions might have been what saved me. Even now, I can't drive past Old Quarry Road without thinking about that night. I wonder if she ever got caught, if anyone else fell for her act, or if she's still out there, waiting by the roadside for her next victim. I don't stop for hitchhikers anymore. No matter how innocent or desperate they seem, I've learned that some risks just aren't worth taking. I never thought I'd be someone with a story like this, the kind of story that people tell at gatherings to send chills down your spine. You hear about strange things happening on the road, scary encounters or near-death experiences, but it always feels like something distant, something that could never happen to you. That's how I felt too, until one night on a lonely highway through the desert changed everything. It happened a few years ago when I was driving back home to Santa Fe from a weekend trip to visit my sister Elena in Phoenix. I had spent a little too much time catching up with her and got a late start on the road. Elena had told me I should wait until morning to leave, but I didn't listen. I'd made this drive dozens of times before, and I was confident I'd be fine. Besides, the thought of waking up early and spending another 6 hours on the road wasn't appealing. I just wanted to get home and sleep in my own bed. The first few hours of the drive were uneventful. The sun dipped below the horizon as I crossed the Arizona state line, painting the sky with streaks of purple and orange before darkness settled in. The highway stretched endlessly ahead of me, cutting through barren desert landscapes with nothing but cacti and jagged rocks on either side. It was peaceful at first, the kind of serene solitude that I usually enjoyed. But as the hours dragged on and the night deepened, the emptiness of the road began to feel oppressive. There were no other cars, no streetlights, just my little sedan humming along in the dark. I had the radio on low, more for company than entertainment. I checked the clock on the dashboard. It was approaching midnight, and I still had a couple of hours to go. I yawned and took a sip of water, keeping my eyes on the road. That's when I noticed the headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I didn't think much of it. It was a relief, actually, to see another vehicle after miles of empty road. The lights grew brighter as the vehicle approached. It was a large semi-truck, and it was closing in fast. I expected it to pass me, as most trucks do on these long stretches of highway. Instead, it slowed down and settled behind me, its headlights glaring in my mirror. I found it odd, but didn't pay it too much attention. Maybe the driver was just tired and being cautious. But then the high beams flashed. It startled me, and I squinted at the sudden brightness. The truck stayed right on my tail, and the high beams flashed again. I frowned, feeling a twinge of unease. Was he trying to tell me something? Was there something wrong with my car? I glanced at the dashboard, but everything seemed fine. I tapped my brakes lightly, hoping the truck would take the hint and back off. Instead, it stayed right behind me, the high beams flashing intermittently. The unease grew into anxiety. Why wasn't he passing? I checked my mirrors again, and there he was, looming behind me like a shadow I couldn't shake. The truck seemed to be getting closer, and I could almost feel its presence pressing down on me. I gripped the steering wheel tighter and tried to focus on the road. My mind started racing with possibilities. Maybe the driver was drunk or tired and didn't realize how close he was. Or maybe he was just an aggressive driver trying to intimidate me. Either way, I didn't like it. I pressed my foot harder on the gas, trying to put some distance between us, but the truck matched my speed, staying right on my bumper. I glanced at my phone in the cup holder. My sister had texted me earlier, but I hadn't replied. I thought about calling her, but what would I say? Hey, I think some guy in a truck is following me. It sounded ridiculous. Still, the knot in my stomach tightened with every flash of those high beams. Up ahead, a gas station appeared on the side of the road. It wasn't much, a small building with a flickering neon sign, but it was the first sign of civilization I'd seen in miles. I made a quick decision to pull in. Maybe the truck would keep going, and I could shake this weird feeling. I pulled into the lot, and to my dismay, the truck followed. It stopped right behind me, its brakes hissing as it came to a halt. I watched in my rearview mirror as the driver's door opened and a man climbed down from the cab. He was big, broad-shouldered, wearing a trucker's cap pulled low over his face. He started walking quickly toward my car, waving his arms. My heart raced. My first thought was that he was angry. Maybe I had unknowingly cut him off, or maybe he thought I was driving too slowly. But as he got closer, I saw the urgency in his movements. He wasn't just walking toward me, he was running. I panicked. Without thinking, I locked my doors and rolled up the windows. The man reached my window and started pounding on the glass, shouting something I couldn't make out. I shook my head, terrified. I wasn't getting out of this car. He kept pounding, and I finally made out what he was saying. Get out of the car. You need to get out now. I shook my head again, tears stinging my eyes. Leave me alone. I shouted back, though I knew he couldn't hear me through the closed window. Suddenly, he stopped pounding. He took a step back, holding his hands up as if to show he meant no harm. Then he leaned in closer, his voice urgent but calm. There's someone in your back seat. I froze. My blood turned to ice. Slowly, almost unwillingly, I turned my head toward the back seat. At first, all I saw was darkness. Then my eyes adjusted to the dim light from the gas station, and I saw him, a man crouched low behind the passenger seat. His face was partially hidden, but I could see the gleam of something metallic in his hand. A knife. A wave of nausea hit me as I realized he must have gotten in at the rest stop where I'd briefly stepped out to use the restroom. I hadn't locked my doors. It only took a few seconds, and he must have slipped in unnoticed. I couldn't breathe. My mind raced with questions. How long had he been there? What was he planning to do? I glanced back at the truck driver, who was still standing outside, gesturing for me to unlock the door. Suddenly, red and blue lights flashed in the distance, growing brighter as police cruisers roared into the lot. Officers spilled out of their vehicles, guns drawn, shouting orders. The man in my back seat tried to bolt, but he didn't stand a chance. The officers had him on the ground in seconds, pulling him out and pinning him down. The knife clattered to the pavement. I sat frozen in my seat, unable to move as everything unfolded around me. Eventually, an officer approached my car, gently knocking on the window. I rolled it down, my hands still trembling. "Are you okay?" he asked. I nodded, though I wasn't sure if I was. I glanced over at the truck driver, who was speaking with another officer. He saw me looking and gave me a small nod, his expression serious but kind. Later, I learned that the man in my back seat was wanted for a string of violent crimes. He had a record of armed robberies and assaults, and it was clear he had bad intentions when he slipped into my car. The truck driver, his name was Mike, told the officers he'd seen the man get into my car back at the rest stop. He'd tried to warn me, but he didn't want to scare me or alert the man in the back seat, so he followed me until he could get my attention safely. I don't know what would have happened if Mike hadn't been there. The thought keeps me awake some nights. I'm home now, safe, but that night left its mark. I double-check my back seat before I get into my car. I always lock my doors, even if I'm only stepping away for a minute. And every time I see a semi-truck on the highway, I think of Mike, a stranger who went out of his way to save my life. My name is Eric Morrison. I'm from Chicago, where I live with my wife Amanda and our 2 kids, Tyler and Sophie. Last summer, we decided we needed a break from city life. Amanda found a listing online for a lake house rental in rural Michigan, not far from a small town called Pine Hollow. The photos of the place looked incredible, tall pines surrounding a serene lake, with a cozy, rustic cabin right on the water. It seemed like the perfect escape. The drive to the lake house took us about 6 hours. As we got closer, the roads became narrower, winding through thick forests. By the time we arrived, the sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the lake. The house itself was just as charming as the pictures had shown. It wasn't fancy, but it had everything we needed. 2 stories, large windows overlooking the lake, a wraparound deck, and a little dock that jutted into the water. Sophie immediately ran to the swing hanging from an old oak tree in the yard, while Tyler stood at the edge of the dock, already planning to fish. That first evening felt perfect. Amanda grilled burgers on the deck, while I set up a fire pit nearby. We ate dinner together as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange. Later, we played cards in the living room, laughing and teasing each other. I remember thinking how nice it was to see Tyler and Sophie get along for once. They were usually bickering over something. When we went to bed that night, the house felt peaceful. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of the water against the dock and the occasional call of a loon echoing across the lake. On the second night, things started to feel off. Amanda and the kids had gone to bed early, exhausted from a day of fishing and swimming. I stayed up in the living room, reading a paperback I'd brought along. It was quiet, almost too quiet, and I started to notice every little noise, the creak of the wooden floors, the faint hum of the refrigerator, the rustle of leaves outside. At some point, I heard a soft thump coming from the deck. My first thought was that it must be a raccoon or maybe a deer. I paused, listening closely, but the sound didn't repeat. After a minute, I convinced myself it was nothing and went back to my book. The next morning, I stepped outside to enjoy the fresh air. That's when I noticed them, muddy footprints, barefoot, leading from the dock to the deck and right up to the sliding glass door. The sight sent a chill through me. I stood there for a moment, trying to make sense of it. The prints were clear, the mud still damp. Whoever, or whatever, had left them had been there recently. I called Amanda outside and showed her. She frowned, crossing her arms. We both knew it wasn't one of the kids. Tyler and Sophie had been with us the whole time. "Do you think someone was out here last night?" Amanda asked, her voice low. I told her I'd heard a noise but hadn't seen anything. We agreed to be more cautious that night. I double-checked all the doors and windows, making sure they were locked. Amanda, always practical, dragged a couple of chairs from the dining room and wedged them against the sliding glass door. "Just in case," she said, though we both tried to laugh it off. We didn't tell the kids about the footprints. There was no point in scaring them. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside, seemed amplified in the silence. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again, the sound of footsteps on the deck. My heart started racing. This time, I didn't dismiss it as wildlife. I got out of bed as quietly as I could, grabbed the largest kitchen knife we had, and crept into the living room. My pulse was pounding in my ears. The sliding glass door rattled slightly, the handle wiggling as if someone was trying to open it. Then I saw him. He was crouched low, his face partially obscured by the shadows, but I could make out enough to see he was a man, tall and thin, with dirty, ragged clothes. His movements were slow and deliberate, as if he were trying not to make noise. For a moment, we locked eyes. His expression was hard to read, but there was something about it that made my skin crawl. Without thinking, I shouted, "Hey!" The man bolted, disappearing into the woods behind the house. I stood there, shaking, the knife still in my hand. Amanda ran into the room, asking what had happened. I told her about the man, and her face went pale. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat by the sliding glass door, watching the woods, while Amanda stayed with the kids upstairs. The next morning, I called the local sheriff's office. A deputy came out to take a report, but there wasn't much he could do. He told us they'd had similar complaints in the area, break-ins at cabins, stolen supplies, that sort of thing. Later that day, while I was outside securing the windows, our neighbor stopped by. His name was Carl, an older man who lived in a cabin a few properties down. He'd heard about the incident and came to check on us. Carl told me there had been trouble in the area for weeks. Someone had been living in abandoned cabins, stealing food and other supplies from nearby homes. He'd even heard stories about the intruder watching families before making his move. That was all Amanda needed to hear. By noon, We had packed up the car and were on the road back to Chicago. The kids didn't ask too many questions, though I could tell they were nervous. As we drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the man standing at the edge of the woods. Months later, I still think about that week, about the footprints, about the man at the door. I wonder how long he'd been watching us, what he might have done if he'd gotten inside. It's a feeling I can't quite shake, the realization that even in the most peaceful places, danger can find you. We haven't been back to Pine Hollow, and I doubt we ever will. The lake house was beautiful, but now it feels tainted by that experience. Sometimes, when I lie awake at night, I picture the man's face, the way he looked at me through the glass, and I wonder, what would have happened if I hadn't been awake? What if he'd tried again and succeeded? It's a question I'll never have an answer to. And maybe that's for the best. In the summer of 2003, I was 19 years old and looking forward to my first real job as a camp counselor. Whispering Pines was a summer camp nestled deep in the Adirondacks, miles away from the city noise and surrounded by endless forest. Growing up in Albany, New York, I'd always loved the outdoors, and I was excited about the opportunity to spend my summer hiking, swimming, and helping kids create memories they'd cherish forever. The camp itself was beautiful, with rustic wooden cabins, a serene lake, and trails that seemed to stretch on forever. When I arrived, the staff welcomed me warmly. Most of the other counselors were around my age, and we bonded quickly during the orientation week. My cabin housed 8 girls, all between the ages of 8 and 10, and they were a lively, energetic bunch. I shared my living space with 2 other counselors, Jess and Tara, who became fast friends. The first few weeks flew by. Days were filled with activities, canoeing, crafts, obstacle courses, and evening campfires. At night, the sounds of the woods, chirping crickets, rustling leaves, created a soothing lullaby that made it easy to fall asleep despite the long days. Life at Whispering Pines felt like a perfect escape from reality, a safe little world where nothing bad could happen. It was late July when things started to change. The weather had been hot and muggy for days, making everyone irritable. The campers were restless, the counselors exhausted. Nights, usually cool and pleasant, became sticky and uncomfortable. It was during one of those suffocatingly humid nights that the first strange event occurred. I was on night patrol, a routine task that involved walking the campgrounds, checking on the cabins, and ensuring all the kids were accounted for. It was a quiet night, and most of the campers had fallen asleep by the time I began my rounds. I remember feeling unusually alert, my senses heightened by the oppressive stillness in the air. As I walked past cabin 4, something caught my attention. It was a faint rustling sound, coming from the tree line just beyond the edge of the camp. I stopped in my tracks, shining my flashlight toward the woods. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but trees and underbrush. At first, I dismissed the sound as an animal, a raccoon or maybe a deer. But something about it made me uneasy. The rustling wasn't random. It was deliberate, like someone or something was moving with purpose. My heart began to race as I took a cautious step toward the noise. That's when I saw him. A figure crouched low near the side of cabin 4, barely visible in the dim light. He was watching the cabin, peering into the window where the children inside were sound asleep. For a moment, I was frozen in place, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. Instinct took over, and I screamed. The sound shattered the silence, and the man's head snapped toward me. His face was pale and gaunt, his eyes piercing and cold. For a brief second, we locked eyes, and I felt a chill run through me unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Then he bolted, disappearing into the woods with an almost inhuman swiftness. Shaking, I ran to the main office where the camp director, Mr. Callahan, was working late. I told him what I'd seen, my words tumbling out in a frantic rush. He immediately called the police, and within an hour, 2 deputies arrived to investigate. They searched the area thoroughly, even venturing into the woods with flashlights and dogs, but found no trace of the man. The deputies assured us it was probably a drifter passing through, someone who had no intention of harming anyone. But I wasn't convinced. The way he'd been watching the cabin, the way he'd looked at me, it didn't feel random. For the next several days, the camp was on high alert. Mr. Callahan installed motion-activated lights around the cabins, and the counselors doubled up on night patrols. Parents were informed of the incident, but reassured that the camp was taking every precaution. The kids, blissfully unaware of what had happened, continued their activities as usual. Then a week later, I woke up to find something pinned to the door of my cabin. It was a Polaroid photograph, and my hands trembled as I took it down to examine it. The photo was of me, taken from behind, flashlight in hand, walking toward the woods on the night of the sighting. My heart sank as I realized what this meant. Someone had been watching me that night, close enough to take a picture without me noticing. The thought made my stomach turn. I brought the photo to Mr. Callahan, who immediately contacted the police again. This time, their response was more urgent. They questioned everyone, staff, campers, even local residents, and set up surveillance cameras around the camp. But once again, no evidence was found, no leads uncovered. The mood at Whispering Pines shifted. Parents began pulling their kids out of camp early, and attendance dwindled. The carefree, happy atmosphere was gone, replaced by a sense of unease that lingered in the air like a heavy fog. Eventually, Mr. Callahan made the difficult decision to close the camp 2 weeks ahead of schedule. I returned home to Albany, grateful to be away from the woods but haunted by what had happened. For weeks, I felt like I was being watched. Every time I walked to my car or passed a dark alley, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was there, lurking just out of sight. Over time, the fear faded, but it never completely disappeared. I kept the Polaroid, tucking it away in a box along with other mementos from that summer. I told myself it was just one of those inexplicable things that happen in life, something strange and unsettling but ultimately harmless. Looking back now, 2 decades later, I still wonder what might have happened if I hadn't screamed that night. Would the man have tried to break into the cabin? Would he have targeted me instead? I'll never know, and maybe that's for the best. Whispering Pines never reopened, and the story of that summer became a local legend. Some people believe it was just a drifter, while others think it was something more sinister. All I know is that the events of that summer changed me. They taught me to trust my instincts, to always be aware of my surroundings, and to never take safety for granted. Life has moved on, but the memory of that man's eyes, cold, calculating, and utterly devoid of emotion, stays with me. It's a reminder that even in the most idyllic places, danger can be lurking just beyond the light. My name is Haley Parker, and I grew up in Fairview, Texas, a small town that never saw much excitement. It was the kind of place where everyone waved at each other on the street, and most people left their doors unlocked at night. After high school, I stayed in Fairview, saving up money to attend nursing school. To do that, I took a job working nights at the Lone Star Gas and Mart, the only 24-hour gas station for miles. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills and gave me time to think about my future. Working nights at the station was usually peaceful. The highway stretched into the dark horizon, with only the occasional hum of an engine breaking the silence. I found a strange kind of comfort in the quiet, stocking shelves, wiping down counters, and humming along to whatever classic rock station the radio happened to pick up. My shift started at 10 p.m. and ended at 6 a.m., just as the first light of dawn spilled across the Texas sky. One night, something happened that changed the way I thought about the world, about safety, and about myself. It was just after midnight when the doorbell chimed. I looked up from the counter, expecting to see one of the regulars, a trucker, maybe, or a college kid passing through on their way to somewhere more exciting. But it wasn't anyone I recognized. The man who walked in was tall, wearing a worn denim jacket and jeans that had seen better days. A baseball cap was pulled low over his face, so I couldn't see his eyes clearly. He moved slowly, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, and there was something about him that immediately put me on edge. At first, I tried to brush it off. People passing through on the highway often had a tired, road-weary look about them. But as I watched him pace up and down the aisles without picking up a single thing, my unease grew. He wasn't browsing, he was lingering. Occasionally, his head would tilt slightly, and I'd catch him glancing toward me at the counter. I tried to appear busy, pretending to rearrange the gum and candy bars on the display near the register. My heart was starting to race, but I reminded myself that maybe he was just tired or lost and didn't know what he wanted. After what felt like an eternity, he finally walked up to the counter. When he spoke, his voice was calm but unsettling. He asked me if I was alone. I don't know what it was, his tone, his expression, or the fact that I couldn't see his eyes under the shadow of his cap, but every instinct in my body screamed at me to lie. I told him my manager was in the back office. I even gestured toward the hallway behind me, where there were no cameras, just a storage closet and a break room. The man smirked when I said it, not a friendly smile, but a knowing one, like he didn't believe me. He didn't press further, though. Instead, he nodded, turned, and walked out of the gas station. As soon as the door closed behind him, I let out a shaky breath and glanced out the window. To my horror, his car was still parked at the far edge of the lot. The headlights were off, and the vehicle was barely visible in the dim glow of the single street lamp. My mind raced. What was he doing? Why hadn't he left? My pulse quickened as I reached for the cordless phone behind the counter. I knew I couldn't afford to second-guess myself. Something was wrong, and I needed help. I dialed 911 with trembling fingers and quietly explained the situation to the dispatcher. I told them about the man, the strange way he had acted, and the fact that his car was still sitting in the lot. They assured me that officers were on their way, and told me to stay inside and lock the doors. I followed their instructions, flipping the lock on the glass doors and turning off the interior lights to make myself less visible. Sitting behind the counter in the dark, I watched his car intently. My stomach churned every time I thought I saw movement inside. Minutes passed like hours. My hands were clammy, and my breaths came shallow and quick. I couldn't stop thinking about the smirk he'd given me, the way it had made my skin crawl. What had he been planning? When the red and blue lights of a patrol car finally appeared in the distance, I felt a wave of relief, so strong it nearly brought me to tears. The cruiser pulled into the lot, and two officers got out, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. They approached the man's car cautiously, their hands resting on their holstered weapons. I couldn't hear what was being said, but I watched as the officers ordered the man out of the car. He complied without resistance, stepping out slowly and holding up his hands. One of the officers searched the vehicle, while the other kept a close eye on him. What they found still haunts me to this day. Sitting on the passenger seat were a roll of duct tape, a length of rope, and a large hunting knife. I felt the blood drain from my face as I realized just how much danger I had been in. The officers handcuffed the man and placed him in the back of the patrol car. One of them came inside to speak with me, his expression serious but kind. He told me I had done the right thing by calling them, and that my instincts had probably saved my life. After giving a statement, I was left alone in the quiet gas station, trying to process everything that had happened. I couldn't shake the image of the man's calm, detached demeanor, or the terrifying implications of what he had been planning. When my shift finally ended at 6 a.m., I stepped outside into the cool morning air. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a soft golden light over the empty highway. I sat in my car for a long moment before driving home, trying to steady my breathing and remind myself that it was over. That night changed me. Fairview had always felt so safe, so predictable, but I learned that danger doesn't always come with a warning, and it can find you even in the quietest corners of the world. I still work at the Lone Star Gas and Mart, though I've taken steps to protect myself since then. I keep pepper spray in my pocket, I've taken self-defense classes, and I never hesitate to trust my instincts. Life is unpredictable, and I know now how important it is to be prepared. Looking back, I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't acted quickly. What I do know is that I'll never forget that man's smirk or the chilling realization that my split-second decision to lie about being alone may have saved my life. My name is Mia Harper, and I grew up in Willow Creek, Ohio, a town so small and quiet that people rarely locked their doors. Everyone knew everyone else, or at least thought they did. It was the kind of place where trouble seemed like a faraway concept, something you heard about on the news but never expected to touch your own life. I was 17 years old at the time, a senior in high school, and like most teens, I was juggling schoolwork, college applications, and part-time babysitting jobs to save for my future. Babysitting was something I genuinely enjoyed. It wasn't just about the extra money. It gave me a sense of independence and responsibility. The Parkers were one of my favorite families to sit for. They lived on Maplewood Lane, a cul-de-sac lined with towering maple trees that turned a stunning gold in the fall. Their house was warm and inviting, with a big bay window in the living room and a cozy kitchen that always smelled faintly of cookies. Emily and Jack, their kids, were 5 and 7 years old, respectively. Emily was a bubbly little girl with curly brown hair who carried a stuffed bunny everywhere she went. Jack was her big brother and protector, a curious boy who loved dinosaurs and space. They were sweet, well-behaved kids who made my job easy. That night, a crisp November wind blew through the trees, rattling the bare branches against the windows. I arrived at the Parkers' house at 6 p.m., greeted by Mrs. Parker, who looked elegant in a navy blue dress. She and her husband were heading to a charity gala and wouldn't be back until midnight. As always, she gave me a rundown of the evening. Dinner was already taken care of, bedtime was at 8:30, and the emergency numbers were on the fridge. After the Parkers left, the evening unfolded as usual. The kids and I played board games in the living room, their laughter echoing through the house. Dinner was uneventful, chicken nuggets and mac and cheese, their favorite. Afterward, we curled up on the couch to read Where the Wild Things Are. Emily insisted on hearing it twice before bed. By 8:30, the kids were tucked in, their small heads resting on pillows. I turned on their nightlight, kissed their foreheads goodnight, and quietly shut the door. Downstairs, the house was peaceful, the kind of calm that makes you feel safe. I grabbed a blanket from the couch, curled up with my phone, and let friends play softly in the background. About 20 minutes later, I heard it, a faint tapping sound. It was so subtle that I almost didn't notice it over the noise of the television. I paused for a moment, listening. It came again, faint but deliberate. My first thought was that it was just branches scraping against the windows. The wind outside was fierce enough to make the house creak. I went back to my phone, scrolling aimlessly, but the sound nagged at me. It was inconsistent, not like the rhythmic brushing of branches. Still, I convinced myself it was nothing and dismissed it. At 9:15, my phone buzzed with a text message from an unknown number. The message read, "Why aren't you answering the door?" My stomach dropped. I glanced at the front door, which was locked, just as I had left it. The porch light illuminated the empty street outside. I told myself it was probably a wrong number or a prank. I put my phone down and tried to focus on the sitcom, though my unease was growing. A few minutes later, another message came through. "I'm already inside." I froze. My breath caught in my throat as my mind raced. The house was quiet except for the faint hum of the TV. I glanced around, scanning the shadows in the dimly lit living room. The text didn't make sense. I had locked the doors. I knew I had. Fighting the rising panic, I decided to check on Emily and Jack. I tiptoed upstairs, careful not to make a sound. Their room was just as I had left it, the two of them sound asleep under their blankets. For a moment, I felt a sense of relief. Maybe it really was just a cruel prank. But something deep in my gut told me not to dismiss it. I gently woke the kids, whispering that we were going to play a hiding game. Emily rubbed her eyes sleepily, clutching her bunny, while Jack looked at me with a mix of confusion and concern. I led them to the upstairs bathroom and locked the door behind us. Emily curled up on the bath mat, her bunny clutched tightly to her chest. Jack sat beside her, his little hands fidgeting nervously. I whispered to them to stay quiet, trying to keep my voice steady. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. My hands were trembling as I explained the situation to the dispatcher, my voice barely above a whisper. The woman on the other end of the line was calm and reassuring, promising that officers were on their way. And then I heard it, soft, deliberate creaks coming from downstairs. Someone was moving through the house. My heart felt like it was about to burst out of my chest. I held my breath, straining to listen. The creaks grew louder, moving closer to the staircase. The dispatcher's voice in my ear grounded me. She reminded me to stay quiet and keep the kids safe. Every second felt like an eternity as we waited for the sound of sirens. Finally, they came, breaking through the oppressive silence. The flashing red and blue lights outside the window were a welcome sight. I heard voices shouting, the unmistakable sound of officers entering the house. When they reached us, I unlocked the bathroom door, clutching Emily and Jack tightly as we were led downstairs. The house was a flurry of activity as the police searched every corner. In the basement, they found him. He was hiding in the crawl space, a man in his 30s with a scruffy beard and wild eyes. He had a backpack filled with zip ties, duct tape, gloves, and a knife. The officers led him out in handcuffs, his face expressionless. The Parkers came home to find their house swarming with police. Mrs. Parker hugged me tightly, tears streaming down her face as she thanked me for protecting her children. In the days that followed, I learned that the man was a drifter with a history of petty crimes. He had likely been watching the house for some time, waiting for the right moment to strike. The thought chilled me to the core. For weeks, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow outside my window sent my heart racing. I stopped babysitting for a while, unsure if I'd ever feel safe again. But over time, the fear began to fade, replaced by a quiet confidence. That night taught me a lot about myself. I realized that even in the face of fear, I could stay calm and do what needed to be done. It's a lesson I carry with me to this day, one that's shaped the person I've become. Willow Creek is still my home, but I've never forgotten how quickly life can change, and how important it is to trust your instincts. When I graduated from university in Denver, I was full of hope and excitement. I had just landed my first teaching position in a little town called Millstone, nestled in the foothills of the Rockies. It was the kind of town where people still waved at strangers, and the air smelled of pine and earth. Everything seemed perfect. I was eager to start this new chapter in my life. Money was tight, so I opted for a small, cheap apartment on the outskirts of town. The building was old but not without its charm. Creaky floorboards, ornate but faded trim around the windows, and a musty smell that I hoped would dissipate with time. It was one of those places you could tell had a story to it, though none of it was written in the lease agreement. The landlord, Mr. Grayson, was a wiry man with a hunched back and a distracted way of talking, as though his mind was always somewhere else. He took me on a quick tour of the apartment, rattling off a list of rules that seemed standard enough until he stopped at the door at the end of the hallway. It was old and weather-beaten, its paint peeling in long strips. He glanced at it, then turned to me with a look I couldn't quite place. "That door stays locked," he said. His tone was firm, final. "It's just an old storage area. Nothing down there you need to worry about." I nodded, more confused than concerned. Maybe it was dangerous, weak floorboards or old wiring. Or maybe he just didn't want tenants rummaging through his things. Whatever the reason, I figured it wasn't worth questioning. I had plenty of other things to focus on, like lesson plans and getting to know my students. For the first few weeks, everything went smoothly. My students were wonderful, bright, curious, and eager to learn. The townspeople were friendly in a way that felt genuine, and I quickly found myself settling into a routine. My mornings were spent in the classroom, my afternoons grading papers or exploring the trails around town, and my evenings curled up with a book or a good movie. Life was simple, peaceful. But then little things started happening. At first, they were so minor that I almost didn't notice. A book out of place. A cup on the counter I didn't remember leaving there. A feeling, faint but persistent, that someone had been in my space. I chalked it up to forgetfulness or the quirks of living in an old building. The unease grew harder to ignore as the weeks went by. One afternoon, I came home to find my kitchen window slightly open. I knew for a fact I hadn't touched it. Another time, I found my bedspread rumpled, as though someone had sat on the edge of the bed. It wasn't just my imagination, something was off. And then there was the basement door. I had largely ignored it at first, but as the days passed, I found myself drawn to it. Every time I walked by, I felt a strange pull, as though the door was daring me to open it. Late at night, when the building was quiet, I sometimes thought I heard faint sounds coming from the other side. A shuffle, a creak. I told myself it was just the building settling, or the wind finding its way through old cracks in the walls. One evening, I came home later than usual. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, leaving the hall dimly lit by the weak glow of the overhead bulb. As I walked past the basement door, I noticed something that stopped me in my tracks. A faint light was shining from the crack beneath the door, a flickering glow, like that of a candle or a lantern. My heart began to race. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, staring at that sliver of light, debating what to do. Curiosity won out over fear. I crouched down and pressed my eye to a tiny crack in the wood. At first, I couldn't make out much. The light was dim, and the angle was awkward. But then I saw them. A pile of blankets on the floor, surrounded by empty food wrappers. It wasn't just an old storage room. Someone was living down there. I stumbled back, my pulse pounding in my ears. My first thought was to call the landlord, but I quickly realized I needed more help than Mr. Grayson could provide. I grabbed my phone and dialed the police. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely hit the buttons. The officers arrived quickly, their presence both reassuring and terrifying. I stayed in my apartment while they investigated, pacing back and forth and straining to hear what was happening. The sound of the door being forced open echoed through the hallway, followed by heavy footsteps descending into the basement. When the officers emerged, their expressions were grim. They told me they had found more than just the blankets and wrappers. There were personal items, a tattered backpack, a few changes of clothes, and a notebook. But the most disturbing discovery was a stack of photographs. Photographs of me. Some were taken from outside, through the windows of my apartment. Others were much closer. Pictures of me asleep in bed, my face illuminated by the soft glow of a lamp I always left on. The realization hit me like a punch to the stomach. Someone had been in my apartment. Someone had been watching me. The officers later identified the man as Daniel Hart, a fugitive with a history of stalking and breaking into homes. He had been living in the basement for months, sneaking into my apartment when I wasn't home and, apparently, while I was sleeping. That night, I packed a bag and left. I couldn't stay there, not after what I had learned. For the next few days, I stayed with a colleague while the police continued their investigation. They caught Daniel a week later, hiding in an abandoned shed in the woods outside town. The relief I felt was immense, but it didn't erase the fear that had taken root in me. I broke my lease and moved into a new apartment closer to the school, one with modern locks and no mysterious doors. I thought a fresh start would help, but the experience left a mark on me. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, double-checking every lock and scanning every room before settling in. Years have passed, and I've tried to move on. But every so often, I think back to that basement and the man who had been living just a few feet away, watching me from the shadows. It's a reminder I carry with me, a lesson in the dangers of curiosity, but also in the strength it takes to face the unknown. My name is Emma Caldwell, and I'll never forget the night I stopped at the Desert Haven Motel. It happened a couple of summers ago when I was on a road trip from my hometown of Mariposa, California, to visit a friend in Austin, Texas. I'd always enjoyed the idea of traveling alone, the freedom to set my own pace and make my own decisions without anyone else's input. But after what happened that night, I think twice before booking a solo trip. It was late, well past 11, and I was somewhere in the middle of Arizona. The desert stretched endlessly in every direction, a dark, lifeless expanse under a starless sky. My initial plan was to drive through the night and stop in a larger city the next morning, but fatigue had gotten the better of me. My eyes were heavy, my neck stiff from hours behind the wheel, and the humming monotony of the road had started to feel dangerous. I knew I needed to find a place to rest, even if just for a few hours. When I saw the flickering neon sign for the Desert Haven Motel, I felt an odd combination of relief and apprehension. The motel looked as though it had been plucked from another era, a forgotten relic of the 1960s with its single-story layout and weathered facade. The paint was peeling, and most of the letters on the sign were either missing or dimmed, but it was a place to sleep, and that was all I needed. Pulling into the gravel lot, I couldn't help but notice how eerily quiet everything was. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I parked my car near the office and hesitated for a moment, gripping the steering wheel. Something about the place unsettled me, but I brushed it off as exhaustion. After all, I'd been driving all day, and my mind was probably playing tricks on me. The motel office smelled of stale cigarette smoke and faint mildew. Behind the counter sat an older man, his face gaunt and his eyes sunken, as if the desert sun had drained the life out of him. He barely looked up as I entered. I told him I needed a room for the night, and slid my credit card across the counter. He handed me a brass key without a word, muttering something under his breath that I didn't catch. The interaction felt strange, but I was too tired to dwell on it. Room 7 was at the far end of the building. The exterior light above the door buzzed faintly, casting a sickly yellow glow. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, immediately hit by the smell of damp air and old furniture. The room was sparse, a single bed with a thin blanket, a small table with a wobbly lamp, and a TV that looked like it hadn't worked in decades. The walls were covered in faded wallpaper that was peeling at the edges, revealing patches of discolored drywall beneath. After setting my bag down on the bed, I decided to unpack a few essentials. As I moved about the room, I became aware of a faint, rhythmic clicking sound. It was so quiet that at first I thought I was imagining it, but as I stopped to listen, I realized it was coming from the wall vent near the floor. Curious, I crouched down and peered into the vent's dark, dusty interior. Nothing was visible, and the sound stopped the moment I got close. I figured it was just the old air system struggling to function, or perhaps a desert critter scuttling about. Still, it left me with an odd feeling I couldn't quite shake. I decided not to overthink it. After a quick shower, I climbed into bed, grateful for the chance to finally rest. The mattress was lumpy, and the blanket barely covered me, but I was too tired to care. Sleep came quickly, though it didn't last. Somewhere in the depths of the night, I woke up with a start. My eyes darted around the room, and I strained to understand what had pulled me from sleep. Then I heard it, a soft creaking sound, unmistakable and deliberate. It was the sound of my door opening. My heart pounded as I lay completely still, every muscle in my body tense. I forced my breathing to remain steady, pretending to still be asleep. Through my barely cracked eyelids, I could see the faint outline of the door ajar and a shadow moving within the dim light. Footsteps, slow and measured, approached my bed. The weight of the silence in the room was suffocating, broken only by the sound of those steps on the threadbare carpet. I could feel the presence of someone standing over me, their gaze heavy on my motionless body. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, I heard the words that still haunt me. "She's still here." The voice was low and raspy, unfamiliar and chilling. My mind raced with questions. Who was this? What did they want? Why were they in my room? I kept my breathing steady, my body frozen, terrified that any movement would reveal I was awake. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps retreated. The door clicked shut softly, and silence returned to the room. But I didn't move. I couldn't. I stayed under the covers, eyes wide open, my heart pounding in my chest. Sleep was out of the question. When the first rays of sunlight finally crept through the curtains, I bolted upright and began gathering my belongings. I threw everything into my bag, not bothering to fold or organize anything. My only thought was to get out of that place as quickly as possible. As I loaded my bag into the car, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There were scratches on the trunk, deep and deliberate, as though someone had tried to pry it open. My hands trembled as I ran my fingers over the marks. I felt violated, exposed, as though I had been a target in someone's twisted game. Driving away from the motel, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My eyes flicked to the rearview mirror every few seconds, half expecting to see a car tailing me. The miles passed in a blur, but the unease lingered long after I left Arizona. I never told anyone the full story, not even my friend in Austin. When people ask, I brush it off as a weird night at a sketchy motel. But the truth is, I don't know what really happened that night. I don't know who was in my room or why they were there. And I don't know what their intentions were with the scratches on my trunk. What I do know is that I'll never stay in a roadside motel again, no matter how desperate I am for rest. The risk isn't worth it. That night at the Desert Haven Motel taught me that sometimes the most unassuming places can hold the darkest secrets. My name is Linda Parker, and for over a decade, I've served as the clerk of the Elmwood Town Hall. Elmwood is a quiet New England town, where the days are predictable and the nights are serene. People trust one another, and danger feels like something that happens far away, in cities or on the news. But one night, I found out just how wrong that assumption can be. It was late fall, and the town was preparing for an important council meeting the next day. I had stayed late at the hall to ensure everything was ready. I've always been meticulous in my work, and there's a sense of satisfaction I get from knowing every detail is in place. The town hall, an old brick building with creaking wooden floors and tall windows, was nearly silent except for the soft hum of the radiator and the occasional creak of the structure settling. As I worked, I occasionally glanced out the large bay window that faced Elmwood's main street. The streetlights cast long, soft shadows, and the few leaves that remained on the trees swayed gently in the evening breeze. It was peaceful, the kind of atmosphere that made staying late almost enjoyable. That night, as I sifted through a stack of papers, I noticed someone standing on the sidewalk across the street. At first, I thought nothing of it. It wasn't unusual for people to walk through town, even at night. But something about this man caught my attention. He wasn't moving. He was just standing there, staring directly at the town hall. He was tall, dressed in a dark coat, with his hood partially obscuring his face. I told myself he was probably waiting for someone. Still, I found myself glancing up every few minutes, expecting him to walk away. But he didn't. He remained there, unmoving, for what felt like an eternity. I tried to focus on my work, convincing myself I was overreacting. But unease crept in. I glanced at the clock. It was nearly 9 p.m. Elmwood streets are usually empty by then, and it struck me as odd that he hadn't moved in over half an hour. When I finally mustered the courage to stand and take a closer look, he was gone. Relief washed over me, and I laughed quietly at my own paranoia. Shaking my head, I returned to my desk, ready to finish up and head home. But my relief was short-lived. Minutes later, I heard the faint creak of the front door. My heart skipped a beat. No one else was supposed to be in the building. I froze, listening carefully. The sound of heavy boots echoed in the hallway, growing louder with each step. When I looked up, there he was, the man from the sidewalk, now standing in the doorway of my office. My first instinct was to rationalize the situation. Maybe he was lost, looking for directions, or had some legitimate reason to be there. But something about the way he stood, the way his eyes scanned the room, sent a chill down my spine. He asked if anyone else was in the building. His voice was calm, almost conversational, but it felt like an interrogation. I managed to answer, keeping my tone steady, though my heart was pounding. I told him I was alone, hoping he'd leave. Instead, he stepped further into the room. He started asking more questions, if I worked there alone often, how long I planned to stay, and other things that felt invasive and strange. I remember my stomach knotting as I tried to keep my composure. I didn't want to provoke him, but I also knew I needed to get away. I excused myself, saying I needed to use the restroom. Grabbing my phone, I walked calmly toward the restroom at the end of the hallway, forcing myself not to panic. Once inside, I locked the door and leaned against it, my hands trembling. Dialing 911, I whispered into the phone, trying to keep my voice steady as I explained the situation. The operator was calm and reassuring, promising that officers were on their way. She stayed on the line, asking me to describe the man and the events leading up to the call. As I spoke, I strained to hear any sounds from outside. The hallway was silent at first, but then I heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, heading toward the restroom. My breath caught in my throat as the steps stopped just outside the door. I stood there, clutching my phone, every muscle in my body tense. Time seemed to stretch on forever, but finally, I heard the distant sound of sirens. The footsteps retreated, and moments later, the front door creaked open again. Through the phone, I heard the operator say the police had arrived. I stayed in the restroom until I heard their voices echoing through the building. Slowly, I opened the door and stepped out, my legs shaky but relieved beyond words to see the officers. They had the man in handcuffs and were escorting him out of the building. One of the officers stayed behind to take my statement. He told me that the man had been carrying a concealed weapon and that it appeared he had ill intentions. I later learned that the man had been seen wandering around town in the days leading up to the incident. He never explained why he came to the town hall, or why he targeted me specifically, but the weapon was enough to confirm that my instincts had likely saved my life. The days that followed were a blur of police reports, concerned townspeople, and security upgrades at the hall. Cameras were installed, locks were replaced, and a part-time security guard was hired for the evenings. The council even approved a new policy requiring at least 2 staff members to be present during after-hours work. For weeks, I replayed the events of that night in my mind. I couldn't help but think about what might have happened if I hadn't trusted my gut, if I hadn't called for help. It's a thought that still haunts me, but it also serves as a reminder of the importance of intuition and quick thinking. Life eventually returned to normal, though I'm more cautious now. I avoid staying late whenever possible, and I always keep my phone within reach. I've also learned to lock the doors behind me, even in a town as seemingly safe as Elmwood. That night changed me. It made me realize that danger doesn't always come with a warning, and even the quietest places can hold unexpected threats. But it also showed me the strength of my community. People I'd known for years came forward to offer support, reminding me that Elmwood's true strength lies in its people. While the experience was terrifying, it taught me lessons I'll carry with me forever. Sometimes the world isn't as safe as we believe it to be, but with vigilance, trust in our instincts, and the support of others, we can face even the darkest moments. Camping has always been one of my favorite ways to escape the grind of daily life. Growing up in Oregon, I was lucky enough to have some of the country's most beautiful wilderness right in my backyard. My wife, Emily, and I bonded over our shared love for hiking and camping when we first met. We'd take every chance we could to leave the city behind and head for the woods. There was something about being completely surrounded by nature that felt both freeing and grounding. A few years ago, over Labor Day weekend, we decided to try something a little different. Instead of sticking to the more popular campgrounds or well-marked trails, we planned to venture into a more remote area of a state park. We had read about a secluded clearing deep in the Cascade Mountains, a spot that wasn't even on the official maps anymore. It sounded perfect, a place where we could truly unplug, far away from other campers and the hum of civilization. We set out early in the morning, our backpacks loaded with all the essentials: a lightweight tent, sleeping bags, a small camping stove, and enough food and water for a couple of days. The hike was challenging, with steep inclines and narrow, winding trails, but the scenery made every step worth it. Towering pines stretched endlessly above us, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. A crystal-clear creek meandered alongside part of the trail, the sound of the water adding to the tranquility of the moment. After several hours, we reached the clearing. It was everything we'd hoped for and more. The spot was completely surrounded by trees, giving it a sense of privacy and stillness. The ground was flat and soft with pine needles, making it ideal for setting up camp. As the late afternoon sun filtered through the canopy, I remember feeling a profound sense of peace, like we'd found a little piece of paradise. That evening was one of the best I can remember. We pitched the tent near the edge of the clearing, built a small campfire, and sat together as the sun dipped below the horizon. The sky transformed into a canvas of deep purples and oranges before fading into the black of night, where the stars shone brighter than I'd seen in years. We laughed, talked, and shared stories, the kind of uninterrupted conversation that only seems to happen when you're far from distractions. By the time we crawled into our sleeping bags, I felt completely at ease, content with our decision to seek out this hidden corner of the world. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. At first, I couldn't figure out what had roused me. The tent was quiet, and Emily was still fast asleep beside me. I closed my eyes, trying to drift back to sleep, but then I heard it, a faint rustling sound coming from outside. I froze, listening intently. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make my heart beat a little faster. I told myself it was probably just a raccoon or a deer. We were in the middle of the forest, after all. The sound didn't go away, though. It grew more deliberate, almost like footsteps, circling the tent. My mind raced. Could it be a bear? I hadn't seen any signs of one earlier, but we were definitely in bear country. My breathing quickened, and I felt my palms start to sweat. I wanted to wake Emily, but I didn't want to scare her if it turned out to be nothing. Eventually, curiosity and anxiety got the better of me. I unzipped the tent just a fraction, careful not to make too much noise, and peered outside. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, and that's when I saw him. A man was crouched just a few feet away from the tent, staring directly at me. The image is burned into my memory. His face was thin, his skin dirty and pale, and his eyes, they were the most unsettling part. They were wide and unblinking, filled with something I couldn't quite place, maybe anger, maybe desperation. His clothes were tattered, and his hair hung in greasy clumps around his face. For what felt like an eternity, neither of us moved. I don't know what I expected to happen, but after a few seconds, the man suddenly stood up and darted into the forest, disappearing into the shadows. I sat there frozen, the flashlight still clutched in my hand. It took me a moment to gather the courage to zip the tent back up and lie down, my mind racing with 1,000 questions. Who was he? Why was he out here? And most disturbingly, what had he wanted? When Emily woke up a little while later, I told her what I had seen. We stayed awake for the rest of the night, listening to every sound, our nerves on edge. Neither of us said much, but the fear in her eyes mirrored my own. The forest, which had felt so welcoming just hours earlier, now seemed full of unknown dangers. When dawn finally broke, we decided to pack up and leave immediately. We were still rattled, but figured we'd feel safer once we were back at the car. But when we reached the spot where we'd parked, our hearts sank. All 4 tires had been slashed. The vehicle was completely unusable. At that point, panic started to set in. We were miles from the main road, with no cell service and no way to contact anyone. The only option was to hike back the way we came and hope to flag someone down for help. We packed some water and a few snacks, then set out on foot. That hike was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences of my life. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a branch, felt like it could be him. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see those wild eyes staring back at me from the shadows. We didn't talk much. The tension between us was palpable. After what felt like hours, we finally reached the main road. We were lucky to come across a park ranger not long after, and they helped us get in touch with the local police. We told them everything, what I'd seen, the slashed tires, the feeling that we'd been followed. The officers took us seriously, which was a relief, and they promised to investigate. A few days later, we got a call from the authorities. They had found a makeshift campsite deep in the woods, along with some personal belongings that matched the description of a transient man with a history of violent behavior. He'd been living in the area for months, breaking into cabins and harassing hikers. Not long after, he was arrested for attacking another camper in a nearby park. I don't even want to think about what could have happened if we hadn't left when we did. The whole experience was a sobering reminder of how vulnerable we'd been. I've always considered myself prepared and capable in the outdoors, but that night showed me just how quickly things can take a turn. These days, Emily and I are much more cautious. We still love camping, but we stick to established campgrounds, always let someone know where we're going, and make sure we have a way to call for help if we need it. The forest still holds a special place in my heart, but I'll never forget that night. It was a harsh lesson about the unpredictability of both nature and people, a lesson I carry with me every time I venture into the wilderness.